Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
34 degrees right now. Going to get up into the mid-50s. Sunny,
Nice.
cloudy.
Oh.
I was going through the suns into the clouds. So, yeah, clouds will show up around 2, 3 in the afternoon. But it doesn't look like any rain.
Good.
Thursday, Friday, we're back into the sun. But, again, the temperature will be nice. There'll be some rain next weekend. But it's time. I mean, I heard you can't even trust a 7-day forecast.
No.
3 days
10.
out. Yeah, 3 days out is your that's your golden spot. Everybody have a good weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah? Good. Okay. My daughter's back from D.C.
Oh,
Big
man.
trip.
Yep. Now, if you missed the story, I told there was a couple of discussions we had last week. She went, my 13-year-old went on a trip with her class from school to Washington, D.C., and the big scandal in the Duffy household, my wife, she was not having an easy time letting our daughter go.
Yeah.
Like, this was the first big independence thing. And
it's a big one.
Yeah. But she had a blast, came back safe, obviously, because, she was there with, 30 other adults. But my wife, for fear that something would happen to my daughter in case of an emergency, attached our credit card to her Apple Pay on her phone. And she did this without consulting me in any way. In fact, did it in front of me without consulting me.
And there's no control over this. She could spend whatever she wanted, right?
Bingo. So...
What was the damage?
Oh, my God.
Oh,
well,
no.
I had said.
How bad?
Because you also sent her with cash, too.
Yes, we did.
So did she come back with any of the cash? Or was that gone?
It's great. Cash is a great question.
She was spinning like a drunk Duffy. I've seen that.
My daughter,
Yeah.
while in D.C.,
No.
spent
This is like the Jerry Lewis telethon, right? Problem, baby.
$240 on the credit card.
And that's on top. That's just extra stuff, right? Because all of her meals and stuff were all taken care of
Wait, that's not
ahead
any.
of time. Yeah.
That's just straight
Yeah,
fun money.
Okay.
Fun money.
Let me explain.
I don't spend that on a vacation.
Okay.
So, unbeknownst to me,
God damn.
my daughter, on Wednesday night, the first night they were there, they went to the Hard Rock Cafe in D.C. to have dinner.
Yeah.
And because all of the vintage stuff is now trendy again, my daughter really wanted a Hard Rock Cafe sweatshirt.
When in D.C.
Man, what does that set you back?
What a random thing.
Well, no, because you see,
Because it says Hard Rock DC.
yeah,
on it, right?
people
Yeah.
wear them. It's just like ones they found at a thrift store.
I didn't think the Hard Rock was still,
Cool.
a thing.
All the kids, a bunch of kids bought it.
Right.
Fun fact, in the year 2024, a Hard Rock Cafe sweatshirt cost $90.
God damn, man.
90?
And it's got to be crap.
Oh, it's the crappiest
It's got to be the
crap
thinnest
Yeah, don't
crap.
dry that.
that ever crapped.
Don't wear it in the sun.
She's wearing it off the bus. So
All
my
right.
wife gave her permission to
Yeah.
use the credit card on that sweatshirt.
Right.
And my daughter took that as use the credit card to pay for
So
everything.
blanket, just go nut.
Which, by the way, I called. Did I
Right.
not call that?
You called
Did
it.
I not
You
call
called
that? So some of the highlights
Right.
of purchases, $26 on a Euro out of a street.
Wait, street Euro?
Yep.
That should be like
Did you say
$10 tops.
26?
Euro and fries, $26.
Oh,
So did
my
she buy?
God.
Did she buy some for other people
No,
too?
no, because I can see.
Okay.
I know. I mean, it
right.
shows like
Did
itemized.
street food go insane?
I mean, it is DC.
but for almost $30 for a
Bro,
sandwich?
I don't know what you want from me, man.
Because
I
that
wa-
was the reason you eat on the street is because it's
She
cheap.
definitely bought some for her friends.
Okay, she bought a $40 stuffed tiger at the zoo. I don't know.
Okay.
Because her friends bought the stuffed
All right.
tiger. But the funniest purchases, you see your kids and the things they do, you can imagine what their thought process
Yeah.
was. Because I know my daughter was aware that after the fun was over, that there was going to be consequences.
Sure.
So she had to do something to mitigate those consequences.
What'd she do?
She believed that getting us souvenirs.
Oh,
would help
y'all
with that.
souvenir.
Yeah. She bought me and my wife souvenirs with our own money.
She buy you like a magnet. She probably went small on your souvenir.
She got my wife a presidential magnet.
Okay.
She's exactly what she got.
What's a president? The seal?
like a
Seal
White House?
president. Yeah,
All right.
that was a magnet.
That's probably $10.
She got me
Yeah.
a little, it looks like a diamond. It's 4 inches big, and inside it's got the Washington Memorial carved
Oh, man,
in
that's
it,
a really
laser etched.
Yeah.
low-end tchotchkele.
So,
So she went bigger on her own stuff.
Oh, of course.
yes, of course she did. With my money. But the funniest part is my daughter as I went and picked her up 10 o'clock on Friday night when she got home. And she's telling me, I got you guys some really nice stuff.
Oh,
really
yeah.
nice. It was really cool. It's hard to find. Like, she sounds like my dad. It's like it was horrifying.
Yeah.
Horrifying because she doesn't know this. It's just coming out of her brain,
Yeah.
right? So she goes, it was really, really nice. Really, really nice. So she gets home and she pulls out the souvenir. She hands it to me. She's like, yeah. And of course, like, I'm gracious, right? Like, this is great, honey. Thank you. I love you. She left the price tag on the bottom. Now, let's keep in mind, she spent $26 on a Euro. $40 on a Tiger, $90 on a Hard Rock Cafe sweatshirt. My hard-to-find, rare, amazing souvenir was $7.99. $7.99. She resorted to kickbacks to try and get out of trouble.
She had to save money somewhere.
She was in D.C. She learned from the best, right?
Forgot those clowns in Washington. What a bunch of
No,
clowns.
she bribed you with your own money.
She did
That's
that.
exactly it's like your tax refund, right?
How did she think that was going to work? Like, here's the thing.
It does work, though.
But you couldn't even get mad about it, could you?
No.
Well, no, I was going to let my wife handle this, right? Because, look, that's a lot of money for a 13-year-old, especially in D.C. So I'm like, all right, I'm not going to bring this up Friday night. Everyone's had a long week.
Yeah.
Like, we'll deal with this Saturday morning. So I'm waiting, and I'm waiting. Like, I'm almost like the sibling waiting to hear, like, their brother or sister got in trouble. Never came up.
Of course.
Never came up.
Yeah.
So the kid's going to skate on this.
Well, I mean, she did have permission, so it's hard to light her up because, you know what I mean?
First of all, how dare you?
What?
Second of all, shut up. She had permission to buy a sweatshirt, and my wife was unaware of what the sweatshirt cost. I'm sure. There was no way my daughter was like, this Hard Rock Cafe sweatshirt is $90.
Course.
My wife, she's a simple woman from Delaware. She probably thought that was a $12 sweatshirt. That's Amish country out there.
Yeah, is that what it is? Oh, my God.
Well, it's tough to also be upset if she's spending it on food and stuff, too. Like,
What? You didn't eat the stuffed tiger?
Okay, well, stuffed tiger.
But they fed her. There was food for her to eat.
Yeah, but, like, what do you do when your kids are like, I was hungry, so I bought food? I mean, like, you can't get mad.
I wish you could have seen the treasure chest of snacks my wife sent her down with. It was like a food pantry full of snacks that she said, because she got, well, your friends can have this. And by the way, everyone on the bus brought enough snacks for everyone else.
And she ate fancy, too, because, like, did you know what a Euro was when you were 13?
No.
I didn't either.
Greek
And
food
I
didn't
wouldn't
exist.
want it. I would, somebody goes, you want a Euro? I
Yeah.
go, no, that sounds gross, man. Give me a burger with fries.
I'm with you.
Like, she went top shelf street food.
I don't even, it's fine. It's totally fine.
All right, so it only gets worse from here, right?
Yeah, 'cause she's going to have more trips.
Oh, no.
And as she ages, as she gets older, she's going to have more expensive things.
Here's where it gets worse.
Right.
Here's where it gets worse.
Right.
So my youngest, I told you guys last week, is taking like a group tennis lesson.
Yeah.
She wants to play tennis for school next year, and I'm all about it.
Those kids tend to be pretty poor.
She needs, like, workout shirts. You know what I'm saying?
For tennis?
Yeah, like shirts.
Well,
You
yeah.
know what I mean? Like, her sister's got all this stuff because she plays hockey.
Right.
Claire's never played a sport before, so okay, no problem. We're
Right.
gonna go to
The
Marshalls.
athletic gear.
Yeah. We're gonna go to Marshalls. We're gonna get like 3 $7 athletic shirts. Bingo,
That's
bingo,
what
bingo.
you think, buddy.
Well, my little one, no problem.
Okay.
No problem at all. We get
Yeah.
what she's very simple. Get what she needs. She's
Nice.
happy. Good to go.
Fantastic.
Stella comes around the corner with like this high-end blow dryer.
A blow dryer.
Blow dryer
Okay.
from Marshalls. I need this blow dryer.
It's on sale, Dad.
No, you don't need a blow dryer. Mommy says I need a blow dryer. No, it doesn't. No.
How many blow dryers do you have in that house?
I don't
With
even-
3 women with a lot of hair.
With black girl hair, which, by the way, very different than white girl hair, which I did not discover until after I had to comb black girl hair. You know how many combs I've broken off in my daughter's heads growing up?
Tell me about it,
A
bro.
lot of them, Tommy. So my daughter, my oldest, goes, I'll pay for the hair dryer. I go, how much is it? She goes, it's $80.
Woo!
God damn
That's
it.
a good one.
At Marshalls, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
$80
That's
at
what I
Marshalls.
mean. That must have been a high-end blow dryer.
So I go, you have $80? She goes, well, no. I've got my credit card.
Oh, wait, the same one from the trip?
My credit card.
Thank you. And
Wow.
it was like we're in the middle of Marshalls, full stop, timeout from
not
everything.
real money.
Okay, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
If she was holding $80 cash in her hand and it was her money, that's not even a discussion because now it's just magic money that comes out of mommy and daddy's whatever.
That's the best money.
So I'm like, no. 1, it's not your credit card. 2, if you ever use that again, I'm taking your phone away. 3, if you ever spend $80 on a hairdryer, period, for the rest of your life, I'm disowning you as my child.
Well, did you not? Are you going to detach her from the phone
I would
account
like to.
since she's not on the
Or
trip
do you just
anymore?
always want it? Well, I guess it would be a pain to keep putting it on and taking it
Be
off.
less expensive.
I have not had that discussion with my wife yet.
Yeah, you got to clip that, man.
I want to take that off, but my wife's argument is exactly what Kimmy's argument is going to be.
It's probably a pain to put it on there.
And my wife's going to be like, well, what if she gets in an emergency around here and we're not around?
And she needs an $80 hairdryer to get out of her problem.
Bro, I told you guys exactly how this was going to happen last week.
Yeah.
And it's happening exactly how I said it was. And nobody's being like, hey, you were right, I'm sorry. Like, nobody in my house was like, hey, you know what?
Oh, no,
Really
you're never gonna get credit for that, man. That's just the way it goes.
But I will make a final prediction.
All right.
I'll make a final prediction. There is going to be a point with my daughter now thinking this credit card is like for use of all times. There will be a point where my wife, like 2-3 months from now, goes, hey, I got to talk to you. Stella,
To you or to her?
To me. She's going to come to me. She goes, Stella's just like spending money on this credit card, and we need to teach her about financial responsibility. We. I know. You and me and me and you. You and
like
me.
it never happened before. Like this conversation hasn't come up in the past.
And like this would be a problem at all had there been a discussion to begin with.
I know.
Instead of just being like, yeah.
And this is just got to be the beginning too of the locking of the horns, right? Of teenagers and parents.
Yeah.
It has to get worse.
Shut up.
And then they leave.
Shut up.
You just got to hope that the other one stays a little bit easier, I guess.
No, unless
so that way it evens out, kind of.
You like that,
Yeah.
but unless like the younger one ends up being like the dictator's son, like he's watching dad doing what he does.
A silent killer.
And then like he goes, nah, I would have killed that guy differently. I would have killed that guy, not that guy. And then they get the power.
No, they are playing 2 very different games because my 13-year-old asks for everything all the time, right?
Permission.
No, like
Oh, no, I'm
want,
sorry, you're 13.
I
I'm
want
sorry.
my 13-year-old.
Yeah.
I want this. I want that. I want this. I want that. I want this. I
More
want
like
that.
a demand.
Yes, and when you go no, it's well, you always tell me no. It's because you always ask for everything. I have to tell you no. Where my 11-year-old plays the long game, where she does, always does everything
Builds
we
it
ask
up.
her all the time. But she knows in doing this, anytime she asks for something, she's going to get it.
Yeah.
And whenever she gets what she asked for, she rubs it in my older daughter's face. So, like, they're both playing a dangerous game here.
Yeah.
A dirty, dirty game. All right, we got a dynamite protect your credit card kind of break one for you this morning here on CMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. We invented a term a couple of years ago here on the show to describe women between the ages of 30 and 70 who are caught stealing money from places they work.
We got another one?
Okay, it's called, Momfix. Momfix. We have a woman in our area, and this, without question, is the greatest Momfix story of all time.
We just had one recently.
I was going to say, because, we've talked about some big-time mom Vicks.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Big
And
old
you
whopping
say this
mom.
tops all of them?
It has nothing to do with the amount of money she took.
Okay.
Because the amount of money is tiny compared to the other stories we've seen.
How she did it.
Nope.
No?
Even past that. The roller coaster. Let me put it this way. We have a 15 to 20 minute block in which to tell you this story and discuss it. And the roller coaster we are going to jump on.
Yeah.
I only hope 15 to 20 minutes allotted is
Really?
enough time to get to what this woman is accused of, because it involves thievery, it involves best friends, it involves a credit card in someone else's name, it involves Amazon. There is buckle up,
all right,
because we're gonna get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy,
what's up?
Happy Earth Day.
Oh, you too.
Thank you. Give me Happy Earth Day.
Thanks.
All right. I know I don't know how many people listening to the show were big on Earth Day. or like wanting to save the planet.
Yeah.
But it turns out there is something you can do every day for the rest of your life that is not only good for the planet, it's fantastic for your wallet, and it'll keep your kitchen completely organized.
Wow, this is fantastic.
So why do so many people have a hard time enjoying these? Tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Happy Earth Day to everybody listening.
You too,
And
man.
I think you can separate folks listening to our show into two separate categories.
Who you got?
People that are very concerned about what's going on with our planet.
Oh, you're Earthies.
Yeah, you got it. And people that don't want to be inconvenienced in any way.
F the Earth.
I don't think it's so much F the Earth. It's I'm just going to do what I'm going to do.
I don't need the Earth.
But what's funny is this matters to both people.
Oh.
Because it's not so much about saving the planet as much it is about saving money in your house.
That's fantastic.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. Like 2 weeks ago, this was an idea out in Canandaigua. Today, it looks like it's pretty close to happening.
Okay.
And it's got some people in Canandaigua very, very upset.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45. Kimmy, did you see that email for the audio or no? Guess not. We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So with it being Earth Day today, there's an article out yesterday that gives you a bunch of tips on what you can do to help save the planet. And there is one that is super simple yet divisive.
Really?
Fun fact, the easiest thing you can do to help our planet.
Why is that?
Eat all your leftovers.
Okay.
Oh.
Don't throw out food.
Yeah, they make the argument that not only is it not wasteful, right, but a lot of time and energy and money and resources goes into the food, whether it's meat, whether it's vegetables, whether it's processed food that you eat, right? Like the less food that we have to keep making over and over again, the better it is for our planet.
Eat your food.
And again, I understand there are people that hear that and go, don't care, and that's fine, whatever, not my business. However, whether or not you care about the planet, the smart thing to do is to eat up all the food you make till it's gone, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
just for your own budget.
yeah. So both of you were pro leftovers.
I'm not big on next day food. Like it's like used food.
It's not used because you
It
didn't
kinda-
use it. That's why it's left over.
They say once you prepare a meal, it loses like 50% of the value once you put it on the plate. It's like a car. Yeah, I'm not big on next day stuff.
Okay, Kimmy, are you a leftover person?
We don't have leftovers.
Well, yeah,
in my
she's got the
house.
machine at her house, man.
Like even
Machine.
if not everything gets eaten at dinner, it gets put in the fridge. It's eaten like later that night.
So he's Earth Boy.
He's great for the earth. Great for the earth.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I guess my question is this. We know the cost of groceries, people are hurting with that, right? And we know that people are cooking more at home because it's the more affordable option.
Yeah.
Has consumption of leftovers gone up over the last 4 or 5 years?
Because we're cooking more at home.
And it's the easiest way to save cash. I mean, it's essentially a free meal you didn't plan on having the next day.
Yeah, but
But what?
some things don't hold up.
Like, okay, that's the typical spoiled excuse of
Don't
I
hold
don't
up
want to
that.
eat leftovers.
I don't want it dry, it gets mushy, it gets watery.
Do you throw things away by the sell-by date?
Do I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm big, like, get rid of it.
But sell-by is still good for a while.
No, it's not.
They have to sell it by then.
Then you're in the danger zone.
You're not-
playing
shut
a
up.
dangerous game with your colon.
Shut up, Kenny Loggins.
So, because my wife is like, save it. Save it. Let's save it, let's freeze it, and then let's throw it out in 6 months. Because that's what we end up doing. Like, she'll bring home food from the restaurant, right?
Yeah.
And then it'll sit there. And then we'll toss it. I just say, leave it there.
Okay, fine. Restaurant is one thing,
Right.
because I'm with you there. If you bring home a quarter of a meal, that's not going to satisfy anybody, right? I'm talking about like a meal you
Home
make the night
cooking.
before. Yeah.
Because you probably end up cooking more than you're going to eat that night because you follow the recipe.
And you
right?
won't. It's always better to cook more than it is to cook less because you don't want anyone to be hungry. It does leave always leftovers.
You
most
got to
of
have
the
a
time.
ton of leftovers.
We
with
do.
the kids.
We do.
So you just toss them.
No, but that's just it. So my wife insists on saving every morsel of food from leftovers.
She's a big freezer person,
She
right?
is, which
Yeah.
bothers me because I don't like the freezer thing. Once we get to the
It
freezer,
is a
okay, you can
little
throw it
different,
out.
yeah.
But my wife, for as much as she wants to save all the leftovers, the next day, I don't want that.
Yeah.
And my kids, I don't want that.
You just had that yesterday.
It drives me nuts. It's free food. It
I
is
don't like
free
eating the
food.
same. I don't. Here's the other thing I hate. Is when you have to eat like the same thing for 3 days because we made so much of it. Like somebody makes soup, right?
Yeah.
They're like, hey, I made Thanksgiving's the worst because I said let's stretch the turkey into soup.
Yeah.
My parents would be eating that soup for like 2 weeks.
Well, I don't understand what the problem with
It's
that is.
murkier than the Hudson, man. I don't want that. I don't want your Hudson turkey soup.
Like, it's the least effort you will put into preparing a meal. It's going to be good because you had it the night before and it was delicious.
But it goes down a
It
little
doesn't.
bit
No,
each
it's
day.
in your head. It's totally in your head.
You know,
It doesn't-
fresh, good.
Fresh
Next-
good.
good.
Fresh, good. Next day, and every day after that it gets worse. Then you're eating like ass plate.
My wife made a meatloaf last night.
Yeah.
And it was delicious.
Oh, meatloaf is the best.
Amazing. So there's half a meatloaf left that was put into the fridge, and that would go great with meatloaf sandwiches. You can just heat it back up again.
Hold on, diet boy.
Turkey meatloaf, buddy. No big deal.
So you're telling me on a non-cheat day you're going to have a turkey meatloaf sandwich?
I'll suck down a turkey
You
meatloaf
are
sandwich on
lying.
whole grain
You
bread.
ain't eating no Monday meatloaf. Skinny boy.
Nobody in that house other than me is going to touch that meatloaf,
Yeah.
and it's going to get thrown
Well,
away.
meatloaf is one of those things that can hold a little.
All of a
bit.
sudden, my wife made it. No, you're in on it, huh?
It's Tommy backing up.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about how on Earth Day today, the easiest thing you can do to save the planet if you care is to eat all your leftovers. But whether you care or you don't care, eating leftovers is a smart thing to do unless you're a spoiled ass bitch.
The worst thing the next day is salad.
Well, you just put it in the fridge with
no,
like
it looks
saran
like
wrap
somebody
over it.
sat on it. It's
Yeah,
wilted.
that salad doesn't hold up, especially if
everything-
you already put the dressing on
It starts to deteriorate.
Yeah.
Like those croutons
Shut up.
are going to be
They're
nasty.
mushy.
You just don't put the dressing on the salad you don't eat. You make
No,
a big
but let's say
salad,
you
then
made-
put
you
the-
made a big tossed
Yeah, but
salad.
you don't do that. You like tossed salad?
I love a tossed salad.
Get the hell out of here.
Bro, I'm tossed salad man.
Bro, if you like fresh, I just started a new tossed salad business.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Pat's Close Your Eyes, Stick Your Tongue Out, Tossed Salad Surprise.
Where is this place?
In the kiosk. We did it wrong, but
yeah,
that's okay.
all right.
It's early. It's a Monday.
Yeah.
We're just getting back into it. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Todd. Oh, two buttons, stupid. Damn it. Hey, Todd, how are you, buddy? You're on CMF.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I got even the salad. I will, if it's the night before, I'll eat it for like early lunch. Otherwise, I gotta agree, it gets sag, a little soggy there.
What's an early lunch?
Well, maybe 11. You go to dinner at like 6:30 or 7. If you're eating it within 13, 14 hours.
Wilted
you're
ass
right.
salad at 11 o'clock in the morning.
All right, but outside of the salad, everything else, are you pro leftover or anti leftover?
I got to be pro because I make my own meals. I generally don't eat out at all, and I always have leftover. I'll buy a rotisserie chicken and I'll have 3 meals out of that.
Bro, he's right. That is like the rotisserie chicken is the greatest bang
It
for your
is
buck in the
delicious.
history of food.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
one can eat a whole rotisserie
That's
chicken.
that bag one they sell it. Yeah.
I'll eat half the bird, and the next day I'll eat what's left of some of it, and then I'll make the chicken salad for lunch the next day.
Even you take the bones, you
yeah.
boil them up, baby. You got a stew going.
Boiled up
no.
bones.
Todd, thanks for the call, baby. Have a good rest of the day. I mean, look, that's the way you're supposed to do it. That's the way that all of our parents did
you
it, our
didn't do that,
grandparents did
But
it.
they
Especially,
did it
like-
because they had to.
Well, but especially like living alone, like to Todd's point, like I could eat the same thing 3 days in a row.
Oh, man, when I lived by myself, this stuff, because he knows, like, I would just buy prepared food. And-
So you never like just made like a ton of one thing and saved it?
no. I mean, I wasn't going to cook for myself like that. And,
Well,
then,
like-
and if I didn't
I'm
finish
not
it,
talking about anything fancy. I mean, it could be a bowl of pasta.
I was going to say, if you're
Yeah.
a single person that cooks a 79-cent box of pasta, that's 3 full meals.
yeah, I didn't do that.
Okay, you're at
What?
nothing. I just don't.
There's a reason I'm broke. I piss away money on stupid crap.
But like, you have an influence in your house now that is trying to straighten you. And you're like,
I'm bet way better than what I was, man.
That's a lie, because you just won't eat it. You're like a child. Like when they bring out like chicken fingers that aren't cut the right way, you throw them against the wall.
Well, I don't like them touching either.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to
Yo,
Ben. Hey Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, you too, guys. I enjoy crushing a day-old pizza. That is, to me, I don't know. I love that, but I like leftovers. And I got a new nickname for Tommy. It's Bitch Lips Boy. Because his lips can't touch day-old food. Only the finest and freshest of foods for Tommy.
Now, Ben, although I agree with you that next day pizza is better than fresh pizza.
Sometimes. It depends on the pizza.
Well, the one thing you do have to be careful of
What's that?
when you're making leftovers, like if you put them in the microwave, they can be ridiculously hot.
Oh,
when
yeah,
you pull them out.
and quick.
Yeah. Like, you don't
So
realize,
quick.
like, all of a sudden, like, I'm surprised Ben likes leftovers because there was that incident where he heated up that meatloaf from the day before.
Oh, yeah.
You remember what that
My mouth is open. My big lip hurts so bad with the meatloaf. It's just mean to me.
Great nickname, Ben. Thanks for the call, buddy.
Hey, real quick. I'll see you guys Thursday.
For?
the NFL draft.
Wonderful.
Bill
I will
Gray's.
be there at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li. We'll see you for the NFL draft, Ben. I can't wait, buddy. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, go Dolphins.
All right, Ben. Can we change where the event's going to be without telling Ben? Look, it comes down to this, having the discussion about leftovers. How you feel about leftovers is how you were raised as a child. If you were a child that was raised on leftovers, you love leftovers.
But I was, and I hated it.
Your mother made a fresh meal 3 meals a day.
No, but they were big, like, depression people. They'd always shame you into eating stuff. And plus, all those horrible leftovers we had to eat doing stand-up. Do you want to go back to that?
I didn't hate that.
Yes, you did.
No, you're telling me how I
Nobody
feel?
wants an 8-day-old sandwich that's been sitting unrefrigerated on a dashboard in the Midwest in August.
Don't eat that. Then, yeah.
He did.
No. I had a cooler. Again, the story.
Beat up ass, one of them styrofoam chintz
Well,
ass
does the
coolers.
job.
The story Tommy is referring to, when I was on the road, if you stayed at Hampton Inn's back in the day, they had breakfast sandwiches you could make. And I knew that money was going to be tight that week, so I made 12 Hampton Inn breakfast sandwiches. I wrapped them in, like, wax paper.
Yeah.
I threw them in the back of a cooler, and I ate them for the whole week. Like, that was all the food I ate all week long. And yes,
That's taking a couple risks.
that was
Oh,
not
you ain't
ideal.
kidding.
It was not an ideal situation, right? But I got nothing against eating something the next day or the day after
If you
the day
have
after that.
to, but
Shut
if I
up.
don't have to, because people
there's
did
just-
it out of necessity. But
But there isn't just some stuff that you just enjoy eating that you're like, oh, thank God I have some of that left over. It was delicious.
I always think I am, and then when I do it, it's like, why did I eat that, man? It sucked. Like Chinese food.
Chinese food's
Yeah,
great the
that
next
holds
day.
up.
Oh God, it gives me the trots.
Bro, it's all in your head. It's amazing.
I get the Chinese trots.
The Chinese
I get
trots
the Trotskys.
to the
That's a communist trot.
It is amazing how you simply thinking something low end can hurt you.
But it can.
No, it can't. It's not going to. Like, short of you leaving something like egg salad out in the sun all day, putting it back in the fridge and eating it, like, that'll hurt you, right? Everything else, you cook it, you eat, it's a reasonable amount of time, you put it in the fridge, it's fine.
All right,
next
I'm
day.
going to give you the ultimate do not eat. This is not a leftover.
What?
And it happens around the 4th of July. You grill too much. You got extra hamburgers and hot dogs that are grilled.
Yeah.
You've cooked them.
Yeah.
You put them in the refrigerator.
Sure.
And the next day you eat them.
I'll
Yeah,
eat that.
next day.
That is the nastiest
No,
food.
it's not.
First of all, that burger's drier
There are
than your
people
grandma.
that'll eat it later that day after it's been sitting out. I think that's worse than eating it as a leftover.
That cold ass charred hot dong you got in the fridge.
I'll eat that all day.
It's a corpse.
All day, baby.
Oh, those are the nastiest.
There are some people out in Canandaigua
Okay, what
who
happened?
think that the town governments and their city governments are nastiest.
Oh.
Well, 2 weeks ago, this was just a thought. We told you about it, and we laughed that this was even an idea based on how poorly it went when they did this in the city of Rochester. And now it looks like it's going to happen.
Wow.
It has some people in Canandaigua not happy. And what one woman had to say may be the rallying cry of all the folks that live in the town that don't want this.
So she stepped up.
Kind of.
All right.
We'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. know folks are not happy about this?
What happened?
You might understand why. There's a reason the city of Rochester doesn't have these anymore. It seems they cause way more issues than they did solve the problem they were created to fix.
They didn't work.
No. But one community in our area, they don't seem to care.
Really?
And they say safety, Tommy, is the reason why they want these.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. A woman between the ages of 30 and 70 caught stealing money from the place that they work. We in the break room call them Momvics. And we have had dozens of Momvic stories over the last 10 years. Women that have stolen 6-7 figures from the places they work. But I promise you, this is the greatest Momvic story we will ever tell you.
Really?
And it has nothing to do with the amount of money that she took because it's insignificant. It's tiny. It's the roller coaster ride we're about to take.
The coup de main.
Man, you're on fire. Trotsky's and coup de main this
I watched a
weekend.
lot of Netflix this weekend.
Let me put it this way. There are so many twists and turns in this story. I only hope that the 15 to 20 minutes we have to tell it will be enough time.
Really?
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The city of Canandaigua has approved the use of red light cameras.
I thought we were done with this stuff.
So did I.
Because, like, it didn't work.
Right.
To your point. And why does Canandaigua need red light cameras?
So the city council unanimously approved the idea. Now they have to get special permission from the state to make it happen. I don't know how hard that's going to be, if that's just a sign off on something or they have to make a pitch. And to your point a second ago, if you live in the greater Rochester area, you know what a disaster these were in the city.
And people weren't paying the bill either. Remember that? They were just stiffing.
That was a problem.
People were getting charged and it wasn't them.
Yep.
Yeah.
They also malfunctioned. Sometimes it would go off when people stopped too close to the red light. The money they cost to maintain was apparently an issue.
Bad is traffic in Canandaigua unless there's a concert?
I mean, that's a great question. And that led to some folks in Canandaigua speaking out against this. Because there is a woman who was on 10 NBC the other night. Her name is Gabrielle. She's lived in Canandaigua for 23 years. I'm going to read you a quote.
All right.
You ready? Quote, seeing the way the town is going, I see it as a bit of a money grab. It's a vacation spot for a lot of people here. I definitely say it's more of a money grab.
Ooh,
money grab.
Just getting the pockets of the tourists.
Is she right?
I mean, I can't imagine any other reason to have these cameras, because when's the last time we've heard about a horrible traffic situation in Canandaigua?
I mean, look, but it's
My
also,
God, it's the town of 70 crosswalks. Like, you got
Well, maybe that's why.
You have to inch, but there's no lights there.
I mean, it's not like the
true.
lights
You
would
just
help.
inch down that until you get to the lake.
All right,
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. To the folks that live in, drive through, work in Canandaigua, is this woman right that it's a cash grab, or is this something that folks want out in that area? Because here's the thing. That also might be an inappropriate question, because first of all, it's one woman saying it's a cash grab.
Yeah.
And nobody wants red light cameras in their town,
No.
right? Like, everybody is against it. So if we open up the phone, everyone's going to say, yeah, it's a cash grab. These clowns in government, what a bunch of clowns. I mean, she does make a good point about the out-of-towners, because folks with money make Canandaigua their summertime
Oh,
place.
sure, yeah.
And it's also easy to get money out of their pockets if they're not familiar with these red light cameras that could be on the streets while they're there.
But I'm thinking, you think you're only going to get the out-of-towners running red lights and getting ticketed for these kind of things. But if you're somebody that drives around there every day, you're probably going to face it at some point too, right?
I mean, look, did you get one when they were in the city of Rochester?
I did get one.
Ooh, badass
It was,
Kimmy.
and it was turning right on red.
That's always the excuse.
It
right?
was.
I didn't do anything wrong. I malfunctioned. I never got one. Did you get one?
No.
Okay, so that's 2 out of the 3 members of the break room are safe drivers who didn't break the law.
Well, I was living in the city.
Yeah, that's fine.
But either way, I think I think a lot of people that may be for this think, yeah, get all the people coming in from out of town and running those red lights. Oh, wait a second, I got one too.
And why do you want
like
to piss off tourists when half of your livelihood has got to be people coming down there for the summer?
I mean, that is
and dumping cash all over your town.
That is a good point, right?
Yeah.
Like, if, we've all been dragged by our wives to, like, places we don't want to go for, like, weekend away trips. If I'm spending money to go to a place like that, and I'm already not thrilled about being there, and I get a
Clipped.
red light ticket, I'm doing everything I can to never go back to that place again. It does seem counterintuitive.
Yeah.
Unless they think that Canandaigua was so great and the money that they have coming in, the people are so rich that they're not going to care about a $5,100, $150
Or they just
ticket.
won't pay it. like everybody else seems to have done.
Yeah, if I'm an out-of-towner from New York City, I ain't paying that ticket.
Well, it's still the same state.
Yeah.
I mean, they could probably come get you pretty easy.
I guess.
It's right there.
What happened to all the people who didn't pay the other ones?
That's a good question.
Well,
I
you
don't
remember
know.
it wasn't paid to the city; it was paid to the people that installed and monitored the cameras.
Yeah,
So
there
the
was
check
an outside company.
Yeah.
was like in Phoenix or
Right.
someplace. And then
Yeah,
people felt
that's
like-
true.
And I think they stiffed them.
Okay.
People weren't paying the
No.
bill.
I think it was a third party thing.
It was a third party. I just don't know how many people stiff because you're sitting here going, I think, probably. And again, that's always dangerous.
Much like the cameras.
252 WCMF. The City Council out in Canandaigua has unanimously approved red light cameras from the town. This was a thing that came up like 2 weeks ago. Folks were like, I don't know, we're looking into it, maybe. All of a sudden, boom, it's done. They have to get special approval from the state to do it, and it sounds like folks in the town are not happy. One woman called it a cash grab on 10 NBC. Okay, we're being very, what's the word I'm looking for?
Ignorant?
Cynical.
Oh.
Well, no, we're always ignorant. We're being cynical.
Okay.
Right, we're automatically assuming.
We're not seeing the good.
Well, let's talk
That's what
here.
a cynic does.
Let's talk here.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you brought up traffic during major events.
And that's about it.
Well, but there's a lot of them in Canandaigua.
There is.
Right?
I mean, CMAC is huge.
And all of the summer holidays, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday when it's beautiful down there. Is it 5 and 20 there that
Yeah.
goes to CMAC? That can get a little dicey with people speeding around, right?
I mean, it's almost like the Jeff. I mean, it's basically you got your Wegmans and Home
you don't
Depot
have,
and all that.
There's not 10,000 people trying to get down Jefferson Road twice a week all summer.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, it's a similar road, though.
But you're also talking about people that may have been drinking and partying.
All right.
You got to factor that in? I mean, maybe the red light
But
cameras
that's your bread and butter for the summer, man.
Well, your bread and butter is allowing drunk driving, man.
Not a
No, I got Tommy Muley. Thumbs up, drunk driving for
No,
money.
no.
Tommy's new game show on ABC, Drunk Drive for Cash.
But if you want to be known as a town that if you drink, you're going to get in trouble, your business is going to dry up.
Okay, do you want to say that out loud again and really listen to what
If
you
you want
just
to
said?
be known as a town, if you drink, you're going to get in trouble.
Yeah,
And you're a drinking town, and that's your business,
yeah.
you're going to be in trouble.
Okay, so you think it'd be better for tourism if towns in our area are, hey, drink and drive, no big deal. We're Webster. Drink and drive and it's fine. You're an idiot.
Hey, enforce the laws. Just don't showcase them. Broadcast that, we're hard ass.
Don't broadcast that if you break the law, you're going to get in trouble.
You don't want to be known as a fun summer town with hard ass rules.
You also don't want to be known as a fun summer town where everything goes out the window. Because every time I got a story about Canandaigua, I want to tell you, oh, yeah.
It's heating up.
Maybe they don't like that reputation.
Yeah,
but that's
what
part
is
of that's how you live.
What
That's how
is
you
it-
eat.
First you get the drunk drivers, then you
Yes.
get the money.
And what does the camera do, anyways? I mean, is it going to prevent anything?
Well, I guess the argument would be if you have people that are speeding and maybe acting inappropriately,
Yeah.
the red light camera is another way to identify them. Do you get what I'm saying?
But it doesn't stop it in the moment.
Okay,
You know what I
fair
mean?
statement.
I mean, maybe the person doesn't do it again. I don't know.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Folks have been waiting on hold patiently. Red light cameras potentially in Canandaigua. We got Facebook messages coming in. Let's talk to John first. Hey, Johnny, you're on CMF, buddy. What's up?
Yeah, I'd love to have you come sit. I live on North Main Street in Canandaigua. I'd love to have you come sit on my porch sometime and just watch the arrogance of people just driving through the red lights.
I know those types, man. They're wearing turtleneck sweaters and shackets. They got their hairline just keeps creeping further and further back every year.
Yep, that's year round. It's not summertime. It's year round. Everybody comes through. A lot of local people. They don't stop.
All right, so John, you see this as a necessity, not a cash grab.
Absolutely. I don't care where the money goes.
Well, I mean, you
I
should
don't
care
think
a
you're
little
gonna
bit
make
where
it.
the money goes. Like if it was going to preparing like a bear to be released in Canandaigua, we need everybody. That would be a problem, John.
Yeah, well, it's easy to sit there on the radio and say, "Oh, there's a cash grab," and it's
super
Canandaigua.
easy.
Come sit on the porch and watch.
right, hold on.
Hey, let me ask you this.
You don't say.
What are you going to
that?
do on your porch if they stop all this? Because that's kind of your entertainment, is watching these arrogant pricks roll through your town.
Yeah, that's it. Well, there's a lot of people that live in the town that do it, and it's just it's not safe. You drive around and you see it. It's not just Canandaigua; it's everywhere.
All right, John, if we come sit on your porch, is there like lemonade included? Like what's the spread going to be?
Yeah, well, you're dodging the issue. You're putting Canandaigua down as a bunch of
No, John, I
arrogant
asked
people that
John.
think they're rich, and that's not the story there. The
No,
story
We
is
were
hold on.
asking.
Hold on. Stop, John. Let's back up. The statement was from the woman that we quoted from 10 NBC was it was the arrogant rich folks from out of town that they are trying to grab money from, not the folks in Canandaigua. And John, I asked a question because I'm not familiar with Canandaigua. I wasn't sure if this was actually a problem. I even said we are being cynical here. That's why I wanted your valued opinion and maybe some lemonade if we come sit on your porch.
there. You go. It's there. I'm all for it.
Okay.
And the woman that spoke said, I don't know, she'd lived there 23 years.
Yes.
She looked like she was probably 24. So.
Okay.
You know, you watch the cars. Speed's a big issue on Main Street in Canandaigua.
John, I just want to say it is a little arrogant to look at somebody's age and dismiss their opinion. That is a little bit arrogant.
Well, when she said she's lived there 23 years, everyone's entitled to their opinion.
Except her,
Absolutely.
because you criticized her. Except her.
I just thought I'd throw my my opinion in.
Glad to have it, John. Hey, we'll meet you out at your porch, buddy. Thanks for the call.
There you go.
All right, take care.
That
Why-
would be some fun porch sitting right there.
Why was John so angry?
He's angry and he's on his porch.
Well, I don't,
That's porch anger.
because he started with an invitation to his porch.
That's
I
country
don't think
time.
he did. I think you heard
porch
it. I
anger.
think you heard an invite that
No,
wasn't
he
there.
said, why don't you guys
Oh,
come
yeah,
sit on
you're
my
right, you're
porch?
right.
Because it's easy to sit on a show.
Yeah.
Come sit on my porch.
Also, did he call us rich? Because I'll take it.
He obviously doesn't listen to you talk on the show, Kimmy. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Brian writes us. They try to squeeze all the money they can out of people in Canandaigua. It's a joke. I've never seen a place that takes and takes and takes and doesn't give anything. Okay, well, they're doing something right because it's always packed when the weather gets
No,
nice.
I go down there, I drop my money off, and I go home. I go, thanks, Canandaigua.
Well, but like, here's the thing.
I'm going to go sit on John's porch. John's right.
I don't think he's going to give us lemonade.
Well, no, but he did invite us. We have the audio. Like, if we show up, he can't call the cops because there was an invitation extended.
If you go to his house, it's going to be leftover lemonade.
I'm fine with
From
that.
2 days ago.
I'm fine with that. Country time does not go bad. But look, here's the thing, man.
Yeah.
Like, see, now it always goes too far the other way. Brian, take it. John, no. Look, for all the bitching
Yeah.
and the moaning that you've been doing and I may have done earlier, for us just being down the road from Canandaigua, it's not like a red light camera program is going to keep you and your wife from going down, right?
No.
Or me from going to see
We go down there and have lunch. It's nice.
Yeah, exactly. So like you sit here, if I got a red light ticket, I'm never going. You're lying. You're going back.
Of course I'm gonna go
You
back.
lie. Why you lie?
Unless we get a ticket and then my wife may not want to go down there. Here's what will happen. We'll skip a summer and then next summer we'll be right back down there.
Yes, and like the people that live in Canandaigua who are anti this, like I understand it. I get it, having lived through it here in the city of Rochester. It's not like you're going to move.
No.
Like they kind of do have you checkmated here.
Oh, yeah.
They could do what they want.
You're not giving up that porch.
No, John's pro red light camera. He wants a red light camera at his front door in case some fast ass talking radio personality shows up for 2-day-old lemonade. Let's take a break. It's on Monday, man. Come on.
I know.
Chill
John's
out.
up and at it early.
It's gonna be worse. It's just gonna get worse from here. We have told you dozens of Momic stories here in the break room on CMF.
Yeah.
But I promise you, this is the best one we've ever had. And it has nothing to do with the amount of money that was taken. Because compared to other Momic stories we've seen, it's tiny.
Yeah.
It's the roller coaster ride we're about to take.
Wow.
What this woman, who was given a chance to pay back the money she was accused of stealing, did to pay it back, and how two best friends could end up enemies because of what happened.
Wow.
And we'll get to the whole tale next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We've told you a lot of Mom Vic stories here in the break room.
Oh, sure.
Women between the ages of 30 and 70, they steal from their jobs because, one, we seem to trust women blindly with our money.
Yeah.
And two, you made the argument, and it's an unfortunate fact, that the older women get, the more invisible they become.
It's a shame how they are treated.
But I promise you, this is going to be the greatest Mom Vic story we've ever seen.
I can't wait to hear.
It has nothing to do with the amount of money allegedly taken and everything to do with the roller coaster ride we're about to go on. Ooh. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. This week, when it comes to Bills news, should be all about the draft.
Yeah, it's coming up, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's on Thursday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But there was a massive news story with the Bills that popped on Friday night.
Really?
Because Terry Pagula is looking for himself a partner.
Oh.
You didn't see this?
Oh, is it that they're going to, it's like selling shares or something?
We'll get into the story just after 7:25, 7:30. We're the official station of the Buffalo Bills. You call yourself a
He
Bills
saw something
expert.
about it somewhere.
Kimmy, this is like the biggest story of the last however many years. Tom's like, oh, is it that thing where they're going to sell someone?
Is he hurting?
We'll get into it. Just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Back in January, a construction company in Wolcott called the state police to report the theft of $8,750 from an employee.
Oh.
Or excuse me, the employee stole that money allegedly from the company.
Yeah.
The 40-year-old female employee accused of the crime had left the company just days before the police report
So
was
like
filed.
she's retired.
Possibly saw
Quit,
something
whatever.
coming.
All right. So when she was confronted about the missing money, authorities say she came clean
Oh.
and she agreed to pay back the missing cash. Now, normally, Tommy, when we see a Mom Vic story, that's the end of it.
Yeah, man, yeah.
Right? Everyone's
Case
been made
closed.
whole. Yeah, I mean, probation, whatever.
Okay.
But we've only just begun.
What happened?
Well, Tommy, she did pay back the money she allegedly took
So they should be cool.
with a credit card.
Oh. You can do that?
Well, no, you can. That's not the problem here.
Yeah.
Okay.
The problem with the credit card was the credit card she used, it turns out, according to authorities, she had opened in the name of one of the owners of the company without him knowing about it.
Here's your own money back.
She paid back the company the money she allegedly stole with a fraudulent credit card she opened in one of the owner's names.
So this chick had access to a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
If she could
you're
pull
right.
that off.
Well, look, she just, she opened up-
she's running the everything.
Yes. It gets better.
Ooh.
The credit card scheme, according to the Times of Wayne County, only came to light after Capital One contacted the owner of the business about all the points.
Hey, what's not in your wallet?
So the owner didn't catch it.
No, he
the
didn't
bank
know.
did.
He did not know. He didn't know that he was being paid back with a credit card in his name until Capital One reached out and goes, hey, you got all these points that you've earned. What are you going to use them for? And he's like, I don't have that credit card. And see, that would be amazing, right? If that was the end of the story. We're not even close to done yet. Because on top of what we just told you, after reviewing the books, again, the construction company says they uncovered another $3,200 in unauthorized Amazon purchases this woman allegedly made for herself.
So this is like Mom's Gone Wild.
Did you say $3,200?
$3,200 on top of the other money that we already told you she's
With
accused of
Amazon.
taking. Yeah, you got it. When she was first confronted by police about using the company money, she told them she believed that the construction company allowed employees to make purchases on the company credit card.
Oh, this is not. It's against company policy. I had no idea.
No, lots of companies.
I did not know.
Lots of companies, Tommy, allow you to buy whatever you want on their dime.
Help yourself.
And if we were done here, this would be one of the greatest Mom Vic stories we've ever seen, right? But there's one more twist.
What'd she do?
All right, I need you to stay with me on this. Are you ready?
I'm right
So
here.
just to recap everything real quick. This woman is accused of stealing almost $9,000. She agrees to pay back the money when confronted, only to pay it back with a credit card that she opened in the name of the owner of the company that she ripped off without him knowing. He finds out about this after the credit card company's like, look at all these points you got for paying yourself back for the money you ripped off. She also allegedly took $3,200 in unauthorized Amazon purchases and told the police that she believed she was allowed to use the company credit card on her purchases. The woman accused of stealing from this construction company, her husband is the best friend of one of the owners of the company she was ripping off.
I guess that's where you get that confidence from, probably.
And he says he had no idea what was happening.
So she's doing this right under everybody's nose.
Yes. her husbands, her employers, her coworkers. So, if the allegations are true, she blew up her career. She's now facing serious charges. She was stupid enough to try and pay back the stuff she stole with a credit card that she fraudulently opened in the name of the man she already ripped off. And she did all of this to the best friend of the man she's married to. Are you not entertained?
Yes. Man, she really blew it
gotta
up.
know what she allegedly bought on Amazon. Like, I would love to see that list.
You know what? I bet you said what you're thinking. I bet you she just shopped. Like, just
Right,
normal
but I
stuff.
want to know. Like, don't you want to know?
I have a quote, if you guys could keep talking for a sec,
Okay.
from one of the owners of the company, because they asked him what they believe she spent the money on, and it was something along the lines of vet bills and some other bull crap. That's what he said. That was like a quote into the
So
Okay.
basically, her living expenses.
Who knows, man? Who knows? All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Can a friendship between two best friends survive something like this?
No.
You say no. Out. Totally.
I don't see how.
What if you really don't think that guy knew?
He says he doesn't know, and it would make sense, Kimmy, that he didn't know. This is your best friend.
But you also have to hang. Let's say that guy stays with his wife, how do you hang?
Right.
Well, you can hang without her.
I mean, it would definitely.
If you had that kind of relationship to begin with, unless you had
Change.
like couples hanging.
Well, I mean, they're best friends. I mean, how many best friends only hang out when the couples are together?
Well, true, but somebody's gonna get drunk and say something, man.
All right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. These situations always work better when we make it personal, because you have these hot takes, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, now that it happened to me, I don't know.
Yeah.
Tommy,
Yeah.
my wife rips you off for $11,000.
First of all, I didn't know I had 11 grand.
She opens up a credit card in your name, all right, and she does all this stuff, and I had no idea. I legitimately had no idea. I am ashamed. I am overly apologetic. I cannot believe this happened. But look, she's the mother of my children.
Yeah.
She's made some mistakes. I'm going to stand by my woman.
Okay.
Can we still work together?
You and I could only because I'll tell you what.
Hold on. Good.
Only because we have a unique friendship where we can make horrible jokes about each other. So I think it would work with you and I because of a uniqueness of our friendship.
Okay, hold on one sec. I got to text my wife. Hey, honey, Tommy said he'd be willing to make horrible jokes about you if you made a mistake and stole $11,000.
I don't think I could do it with anybody else.
Kimmy? Kimmy's husband rips you off for
Yeah,
11.
I have that kind of.
Well, it's amazing. The two people you can see, it works out for. But anybody else,
But it would have to. Here's the thing: it's gonna come up.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. It's already come up.
And I would think, though, as much as, like, let's say it was Pat's wife stealing from you, as much as Pat could deny that he didn't know, things would bother you. I think you would really start to question whether or not he didn't know over time. Like, how could you not see that? How
Well,
did you
look,
not know?
Look, I mean, it happens. Sometimes you don't know what your spouse is doing.
No, I
As
understand.
I wear a brand new Bills jersey
Yeah.
every week into the studio.
Well, you're
That's what I
taking some
mean.
fancy London trip.
Like the smallest, you're
Tommy.
going to look into the past, the smallest little things. You're going to start to question
It would eat away
whether
at
how
you.
honest your buddy was with you over time.
I would look, man. I think that men are stupid enough, and I say this, talking about us,
Yeah.
that something like this could happen, and you legitimately would not know. I think guys are oblivious. Look, the fact that this woman
No,
had,
I'm not saying you did know, but I think you,
It's guilt by association.
yeah.
if
You got some of the dirt on you.
if your wife did this to me, and you go, I had no idea. I know you didn't know because you're an idiot. Just like you would know I didn't know
Right.
because I'm an idiot. Kimmy, I would be suspicious of if her husband ripped us off because women are smarter and more perceptive.
And she's good with money.
I don't know if
Like,
that's
where
a
are
good or
those
bad
extra
thing.
things coming from?
Right? Like
Yeah.
you would be able to tell if your husband had more money coming in the house. You would think.
I would think so.
He's buying chili boots all of a sudden for the summertime?
I would think so, but I guess if it was spaced out over time, maybe I wouldn't. I don't know.
I think most men are staying friends with this guy.
I don't know. Money can ruin a lot of things, man.
You may stay friends, but you're not going to keep a little bit of extra distance now.
Are you just going to listen a little closer to what's going on in
Yeah.
the relationship?
Like that guy better.
It's gonna change.
That guy better not show up with anything new.
It's not going to go
No new
back to normal.
sneakers.
Yeah. It's not going to go back to normal.
I don't know,
It's
man.
going to change.
It feels like it's one of these things where like it's tense for a little while, and that first night you end up getting drunk with that guy, and you like talk it out drunk, everything's fine.
Yeah, but what if that guy buys you like a round of shots, and you're like, hey, where'd that money come from? You still owe me.
Well,
You
not
still
anymore.
owe me for all the stuff you stole from me.
No, you just paid for these shots, so we're good.
Okay.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this woman, business out in Wolcott, construction company. She allegedly stole $8,750 while working there. Mom Vic, not that big a deal. 40-year-old woman. Then says, okay, we'll pay you back, no problem. I did this, fine. This is according to authorities. She paid them back on a credit card that she had opened in the name of one of the owners of the company without them knowing that she had just ripped off. That owner only found that out, according to police, after Capital One contacted him about all the points he was earning and not using. And if that was the end of the story, that'd be crazy enough. But it turns out there was another $3,200 in unauthorized Amazon purchases this woman made for herself. When she was confronted by the police, she told them she believed the construction company allowed employees to make purchases on the company credit card. And if that wasn't dramatic enough, this woman is married to the best friend of one of the owners of the business. The husband says he had no idea what the heck was going on. She's now facing a whole bunch of charges, and you have this relationship that's been torn up in the middle. Where would most men go if it came down between a wife and a best friend? Like you said, I can't be friends with you anymore. I can't even look you in the face. You have to make a choice between your wife who did this thing and your best buddy who's been behind you for, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 years.
Right. I mean, you're going to go to the wife.
You think so?
I would think.
Well, because you said it yourself. Like, I can't look at you as my friend based on what you may have known.
Right.
Can I look at my wife knowing she intentionally did this to my best friend?
But I think it's going to go back to the old lady.
So you think most men are staying?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, if my wife ripped you off, as funny as it would be, I don't know if I could stay with that woman.
It depends. I mean, you got kids, you got a life together. I mean, if you're an older couple, let's say like yourself, like how long you've been married and you built this life together, am I going to pull it all apart? Because that's a lot of heavy lifting, and it does like long-term damage to your kids.
You're right.
Like, I mean, almost like you got to protect your life.
Okay, look, I understand. I understand where you're coming from that, but a counterpoint to that would be, look, I need to trust you if we're going to raise kids together, if we're going to do this the right way. And if
I do think a woman can steal money and still raise good kids.
Sorry, what?
I think a woman could do a criminal act like this,
You're
like
saying
a white collar
she could separate
crime.
the two?
Yeah.
How? What? No. How?
And still raise good kids. I think she could pull that off.
No. Like in this story here.
I mean, the mafia raised kids and went to Harvard.
Who?
The Gambinos. You never heard of Dr. Gambino?
Dr. Wait. Did he practice with Vinny Boom Bots? What are you talking? Bro, you can't You can't have a flaw in your moral compass like this and raise kids morally the right way.
You don't think you could separate the two? I mean, think of...
Because raising kids is just jive anyway. You're just making stuff up.
Think of the terrible stuff you say at work every day.
Right, you don't
go
that
home and say the terrible stuff.
Yeah, I think there's a separation between thief and state.
Okay. The terrible things that I say doesn't affect my moral compass. Like,
but you wouldn't go and... But you change.
Yeah. To his point, you're not... I mean, you
Everybody
kind of
puts on
paint
two
yourself as a
masks.
different person as a
Billy
dad
Joel.
than you do as a coworker.
Let me put it this way. I think that the willingness to steal this much money based on the accusations and the fact that you did it to someone that was so closely connected to someone that you're supposed to care about tells me there's no way that you would have the moral fiber to correctly raise children. And it's weird how you said women could do this, steal and raise kids the right way, but men can't?
Nah, men don't have the same nurturing ability as women. Women carry the child. They give birth to this child. There's a stronger bond between mother and child than father and child.
No.
There is. I mean, it's just biological. You suckled this child.
It doesn't.
You fed this child
so then women
from your bosom.
So women who adopt children don't have the same connection?
That would be impossible because you didn't carry the child.
Yeah, the email is Tommy.
It's a different connection.
At WCMF.com.
If you're walking around 9 months holding something in your body,
It was a pleasure working with
and you release this thing
you. It
into
was
the
great.
world.
Listen,
I
You
love how you
suckle.
call release this
You
thing.
suckle
Like,
to the
just let it out.
nipple of life.
you are an idiot.
It's a different. It's
No,
a different
I mean,
connection.
I think it's good when a man who's never raised children.
But I get it,
No,
man.
you don't, 'cause you didn't.
I've seen the bellies.
It's like me sitting here.
I've seen the birthing
It's like
No,
me.
you haven't.
No, you
on
haven't.
TV.
It's like me.
I remember when Mr. T did one on the A-Team.
How about I sit here for half an hour and tell you how to not die inside a tiger cage? Because I have as much experience in a tiger cage as you have with raising children. You moron. You know what's funny too? Like, as we talk about like best friends, right?
Yeah.
Like guy best friends versus female best friends. I think you can make the argument that women care more about what their best friends think than men do.
They have a friend network.
Yeah. Right? Like, men don't really talk about super personal stuff with their best
It's
friends.
all jive.
Right? Like, odds are, most male best friends don't know the state of their buddies' relationships, finances, what's going on with their
Well-being.
kids. Yeah. Kimmy,
Guys just get together to brag.
you tell your lady besties all the
Lady
stuff.
besties.
I mean, did I say that right?
Yeah, no, I think women definitely have a deeper connection. They're not as afraid to be vulnerable around their friends.
Like, in that way, I feel like a woman would be more likely to divorce a husband who did this to her best friend
Oh yeah,
than a man would be likely to divorce his wife who did this to his
those
best friend.
cooters are tight.
Tight cooters?
Oh yeah, tight
I mean, would you agree, Kimmy?
cooter.
If your husband...
No, agree to what?
If your
Tight
husband ripped off your best friend,
Yeah.
would you bail on your husband just based on what he did to your best friend?
If it was like this level of deception, I think it would be very hard to look at him the same way, just knowing he was like lying the whole time
Circle
on
them
top of it all,
cooters.
you know?
No, but she's right. Like what she
know.
said, you should
There-
also
there-
apply to your
yes.
marriage.
Because they also lied to you. On top of like ruining.
It's life, though.
They
You get
lied
lied
to
to
you.
sometimes.
You stole from my best friend.
I
They
think
lied
somebody
to you
could
while
love to
ruining your best friend's life.
But I think somebody could love you and also lie to you.
Again, how? How?
Because it's human. We're
Human,
humans, man.
baby.
Because
Human
here's why
nature.
you did
I
all
do
the
too.
lying.
You don't lie sometimes for somebody to protect them?
That's different than lying. You know,
Yeah.
hey, do I look good in this
Yeah.
dress? It's different than I stole $11,000 and opened up a fraudulent credit card in your best friend's name.
And then try to pay it back with their own money.
252 WCMF. Let's take one call here. Randy's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Randy. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good.
So about 10 years ago, this situation would be resolved for you because the mom would be in jail.
Okay.
So nowadays, everybody gets probation and whatnot. She probably won't see a day of jail
Well,
time.
no, actually, we've done this for 10 years. Women very rarely in these cases get jail time. The mom vics do. Like, it's usually probation. And here's the thing. Although there's fraud now involved, so maybe that has something, potential fraud. I don't know. Who knows? Randy.
Yeah, but it just seems like, your old lady's in jail because she ripped off your best friend. I mean, I think that kind of plays itself out for you.
But, Randy, let me ask you a question. You got a best friend, I'm assuming. You're a kind, fun-sounding guy.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say this exact thing happens to you, and she doesn't go to jail. He's going to stay with his wife. They got kids. He's got to ride it out. He didn't know. I'm so sorry. I cannot believe this happened. I really value your friendship. I hope, Randy, you can forgive me. Are you done with that guy?
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm done with the wife.
But you're not done with him.
Well, I mean, he'd probably be done with me just because, hey, man, hire my wife and she's trustworthy and blah, 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 and all that happens. And because I'm assuming it was his best friend, his wife got hired through him and blah, blah, blah. And,
I mean, the whole thing's complicated. But, Randy, you're telling me if he wanted to keep that connection together, he was overly apologetic, he can't believe what happened, but he's going to stay with her, you would be open to continuing that best friend relationship?
It would be strange.
So that's a no, Randy.
Yeah, he sounds like he's on the fence there. It sounds like he could,
I mean, it would suck on both parties, I mean, I think, depending on how long you were best friends for, how long you knew each other for, then maybe you could work through that. But, yeah, you definitely wouldn't be hiring any more wives.
Yeah. Thanks, Randy.
Sign says no wives.
No wives allowed.
No wives applied.
Bye, Randy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay. All right, look, man. People seem awfully angry for a Monday morning.
Yeah.
All started with red light cameras and Canandaigua.
Red Light
porch
John.
sitting.
Talk about Red Light John serving his 2-day-old.
Red Light
All right, listen, let's all take a breath.
Okay.
Hey, man, it's going to be a good week. week.
Ah,
It's going to be
I'm
a
looking
good
forward
week,
to it,
right?
yeah.
Everything is cool.
Summer's around the corner.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there could be a change with our favorite football team. Kimmy, this
Yeah.
came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and a lot of theories out there with this
Oh.
news.
Is it
And
good
I
or
think that's
bad?
what Tommy's getting confused by.
Okay.
And I think a lot of people were confused when they first
right.
heard this.
So there are people panicking, and I
Yeah.
will give you information that is going to settle all your nerves. The Bills aren't going anywhere. It's almost impossible that the Bills go anywhere. But the theories, there's one theory, Kimmy, that makes a lot of sense because the Pagulas have a bill coming up, a big-time bill.
Oh.
And, I mean, look, you got to pay the bill.
Oh, you got to pay your bills. Pay your bills.
If you're looking to purchase 25% of an NFL franchise, boy, do we have some news for you.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CM. This week, all the talk, Bills talk, should be about what they're going to do on the draft first
Yeah.
on Friday night, moving into Saturday. But a much bigger story came out of nowhere Friday night because there could be some new owners soon in Orchard Park. And the best case scenario would be someone from around here. I think the question, first off, Tommy,
Yeah.
is there anyone in our area who would fit this bill?
That kind of money?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You hear our beautiful voices, but maybe you want to keep an eye on us.
Ooh, watch us.
Yeah, that's right. Log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. You can catch the live stream right here in the break room. God, we look great today. The WCMF, the break room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. Like, subscribe. We always appreciate all that. Our live stream brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing. A big-time scoop by Tim Graham of The Athletic this weekend. The Pegula family is looking to sell a minority stake in the Buffalo Bills. According to the report, no more than 25% they would still control the team and make all the decisions on a day-to-day basis. It's gotten as far as them hiring a company that handles these types of things to help with the sale.
Oh.
And Bills fans, since Friday, have broken out into a flurry of why and when and what the hell. So before we get into this story fully, Tommy, let's settle everyone's minds quickly.
Okay.
The team isn't going anywhere.
All right.
If this happens, the Pegulas, like I said, would still control the team. Not to mention they're building a new stadium and had to sign a lease with that stadium, so Bills are stuck in Buffalo. And that's actually most likely the reason the Pegulas are doing this.
Raise money?
Well, they're on the hook for any price overruns on the construction. I believe the state of New York and Erie County are contributing $600 million. They were due for the rest, and nothing ever costs what they say it will anymore.
Of course not.
And then they throw it at you. Yeah, that's right. But the most interesting part of this, Tommy, you ready to talk some big money?
No, sure.
When the Pegulas bought the Bills, they paid $1.4 billion.
Damn.
Forbes says the Bills are now worth $4 billion.
Wow.
And people always overpay for the right to be NFL owners, which means it's very possible
He could raise $1 billion?
over that just selling a quarter of his team,
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
he will get back what he paid for the entire franchise.
Man, I would take it right up to like 49.51.
Well, then, no, 51, you lose control of
No,
stake.
I would have my 51. I mean, I would. Why would you only sell? I would go as. Man, there's that much money laying out there right now.
Well, because the less amount of the team you own, the less money you make moving
But he's
forward.
old, bro.
Well, but he's
Get
gonna
your money.
He's training his kids to take over the franchise.
Oh, true.
But so you're going to have to find another billionaire who's interested?
Yes,
A
or
billionaire
group.
with a side
Yeah.
billion to invest in this.
Here.
Yeah.
in the
I mean,
Bills.
okay, so with all that being said, the ideal situation for a new owner is someone that's in the Western New York area. And I say that because a lot of the times when teams take on minority owners, and by the way, this is becoming more common. It's very rare these days you see someone like a Jerry Jones who owns an entire team. Most NFL franchises are owned by multiple people. But a lot of times when somebody signs a contract to be a minority owner, there's a clause in there that says if the team goes up for sale, they get the first shot at it.
Okay.
So you would want someone from this area, best case scenario.
But that's a small
Right.
pool of billionaires looking to
I know.
invest.
How
Rochester-
many billionaires are in Western New York?
We got two.
Okay, so let's talk Rochester, Buffalo, Syracuse. 252 WCMF. Who could afford $1 billion right now to be in the owner's box with the Pegulas? Your first thought is?
It's either Golisano or Danny Wegman.
Let's start with Danny Wegman. Do you think Danny Wegman would be interested in owning 25% of the Buffalo Bills?
Doesn't seem like he has any interest in owning anything outside of his own company.
I mean, I don't know. He's tried to expand things within his company. He tried to do a couple of restaurants.
Well, but he hasn't taken any interest in the sports world.
Right, it's all food
period,
related.
Right? Like
It's all
there's
restaurant
nothing
stuff.
locally. He's never had a hand in any of our local teams.
And he's a brand.
He is.
And
He
I don't
is.
think he wants to jeopardize his brand being attached to your brand,
But here's
which
the
could tank.
But here's the thing. Okay, yeah, the NFL's going to tank.
No, with its bad guys doing bad things.
No, I know. I
and
hear you,
Now
man.
you're attached to it.
I hear you. It's not like Wegmans is attached to the Bills in any way. Like, I can't, like, last time I walked into Wegmans, there wasn't a single thing that said Buffalo Bills on it.
Couple of little shirts over here, bumper sticker here.
It looks like the Bills play inside every Wegmans. I mean, look, you would have a stake in a team who sells you a ton of groceries every week. It
But
makes,
that's but I can't imagine who else that would be outside of him and Golisano.
okay, so you brought
Are
up
there other
And
Gallisano.
Buffalo
Golisano already had
billionaires?
his taste of sports, and didn't look like he didn't like it.
So he owned the Buffalo Sabres, for those who don't remember. He bought them on a discount when they were going broke. He sold them for a big profit. He seems less of a sports guy and more
Yeah.
an opportunist. He is also getting up there in age.
Yeah.
I mean, Not to mention, as rich as Golisano is, we're now talking cream of the crop billionaires with the NFL. I mean, does he have a liquid $1.4 billion? You can just be like, here you go.
Yeah, I know.
Here you go.
That's why I was thinking, are there other Buffalo natives that are billionaires?
No.
Or Syracuse.
Or Syracuse.
Never heard of them.
I just wonder if somebody.
I don't live in. Bro.
What are you waiting on? And by the way, you had to be a major billionaire. You can't be like barely into the billionaire club. You would have to be worth billions to throw him a bill.
Well, but we don't know what Danny Wegman's worth. He keeps all his worth private. He could be worth billions.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I'm sure.
I mean, it is weird to me that with this opportunity, Danny Wegman wouldn't at least take a look at it.
Maybe he will. Maybe he will.
Because that would be the perfect partnership. Seriously, you got two Rochester-centered people, right? Because, Terry Pagula, oh, my God, why am I blanking on her name?
Who?
Mrs. Pagula. Oh, my goodness. What is going on with my brain this morning?
Kim
Pagula. I'm sorry. Thank you. Is from Fairport, right? Like, they spend time around here.
She's got Shopper Club.
I mean, like it makes
it says right there.
perfect sense to me. And by the way, if you're also a grocery store that's looking to expand their footprint across the Northeast, having a stake in an NFL franchise could certainly help that with cities you're going into.
I guess he could also name the stadium Wegman Stadium, right?
Well, then you'd also have to pay for the rights to that stadium.
But maybe that'd be part of the deal.
Wegman Stadium. Ooh. Right. That might actually get you to go to another game.
Hell yeah.
Is that it for Rochester Billionaires, by the way? 2?
I can't. I mean, those are the ones that are famous for being rich. I mean, there might be some closeted business. I mean, you'd probably know it by now.
Are 2 billionaires a good amount of billionaires for a community our size?
I would think so.
I mean, I think no billionaires would be a good number. But, like, when it comes to billionaires per capita, what do you think the average is for a city the size of Rochester? Does, like, Dayton, Ohio also have 2 billionaires?
Well, those are old cities with they had a lot of industry. So
yeah,
you could have
not
old
like
money.
Ours.
No, but you could have old money there.
Look across the street.
I know, but I'm saying like.
And then down that street.
Yeah, but
and then over in that street.
They might have some industry that's still hanging there.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to say no.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Friday night, Tim Graham of The Athletic breaks the story that the Pagula family, are looking to sell a minority stake in the Bills, no more than 25%. They would still control the team. The reason it seems, at least the speculation is, they're on the hook for all the overruns of the stadium. They paid $1.4 billion for the team when they bought it. Forbes says the team is now worth $4 billion, so it's not out of the question that they sell 25% and totally recoup the investment they made all those years ago.
Look at that.
But the team's not going anywhere. They have a lease. They have to stay. And again, the Pagulas would still own the controlling interest. There is one more way they could raise this money.
How?
Well, we'll get to that in a second. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Maybe there are billionaires we're missing here. We said that. Let's talk to Chuck. He's on CMF. Hey, Chucky, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yo.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I'm thinking that one of those billionaires better have a best friend that has a wife. That wife could finagle some numbers.
Wait,
and
what?
have one of the fucking billionaires.
Whoa! All right, okay, there goes Chuck. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I was gonna say, I think Danny Wegman's wife that got all that Jamaican money is worth even more than he is. Her name's elude me right now, but I went down a rabbit hole and I was like, wait, how did I not know that? Like, I was. I didn't even know about his wife until I went to pick up my wife and son at RBTL, and their hired driver was parked right in front of where I was to pick up my wife. And I was like, that led me down a rabbit hole. And I was like, wait a second, she's worth more than he is. They could probably scratch a check together and buy that 25%, no problem.
Yeah, but you want to work with your ex-wife? Nobody wants to do that, Chris.
No, his current.
Current wife. I'm sorry. I thought you said ex-wife. My apologies. Okay, all right. I don't know.
It's Kurt. I don't know the name, but she's like an heiress from Jamaica or whatever.
Okay. Well, look, if there's one thing I know, it's marrying people with Jamaican connections always works out well.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Go down that rabbit hole for how much like Wegmans there's, but I was shocked that I was like, how do I live in Rochester and not know that? Because everybody knows everything about me.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
All right, well, you may have taught out. Chris, thanks for the call. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
That whole thing went over my head. Jamaican money.
So if you're not going to find another billionaire, but you want to keep the team ownership completely in Western New York, there's one more potential option.
What do you got?
A community buy-in for a quarter of the team.
Oh, like the whole city of Buffalo? How's that work?
So think Green Bay Packers.
All right.
All right.
But they did that like a billion years ago.
I understand. But if what you're looking to do is recoup your investment of $1.4 billion, it doesn't matter where the money comes from.
How does that work?
So it would do, and I don't even know if this is legal or if the NFL would approve
the city buys into
No. You allow fans to buy stock in your franchise.
Oh, so we don't buy shares?
You got it.
And then how do I get my money back?
Well,
I want to sell. Oh, I can sell my shares.
You could, or it's just something you would hold on as this. Because like in Green Bay, you don't really make money with those. It's just like a thing to show you're a real fan. They give you a certificate. You hang it on your wall. Look at me. I'm an owner of an NFL franchise. It's more of a like kind of thing, which would actually be great for the Pagulas because you get to keep all the money while raising $1.4 billion. Now, again, I don't know how legal this is. I don't know if the NFL would allow it, but
you would have to think the city of Buffalo.
People who live in Rochester, Buffalo, Syracuse, and Bills fans across the country. Yeah.
Let's just say the region.
Yeah.
From Syracuse on over. For us to raise $1 billion, that's a ton of money just for common people. Think how many people would have to pony up. I don't think you get there.
So we did the math, and you know how good we are at doing math.
All right. So let's say there's 20,000 season ticket holders in Rochester, New York.
Okay.
To go see that. Who would they be interested in buying in?
Okay, so let's say one share of the Buffalo Bills costs $500. To get to $1.4 billion, it would take 2.8 million Bills fans to spend $500.
Yeah, you're out.
Now, keep in mind, there would be Bills fans that would buy multiple shares of stock.
I understand.
Okay.
And then there'd be Bills fans that ain't going to buy squat because they broke.
You don't think that there are 2.8 million Bills fans that would spend $500 to buy one share of stock in the team? Kimmy, thoughts?
Would I do it?
No. Would there be 2.8 million Bills fans that would be willing to spend $500 to buy a share of the Buffalo Bills?
I don't know. That's a lot of people. It's a lot of people.
Would you?
I think you.
And what do you get out of it?
Depends on. I mean, how much do you think it would be?
500. If we used 500, it would take 2.8 million to get to 1.4 bill. What do you get out of it? I own the bill. I'm a franchise owner. I own the Rochester Red Wings. I am a member of the franchise owner of the Rochester Red Wings, and you are not.
That's cheaper than season tickets could be in a little while.
Yeah, you're right.
To own a part of the team.
You're right. And I just throw that number out there to get us to 1.4 billion. Maybe it's more than that, but I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, 2.8 million, it's a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's just like wasting $500.
To you, to me.
Well, you're never going to do anything. What are you going to hang it on your wall?
Yes, that's something an NFL franchise owner who can't get in would say. You know what you sound like? You sound like the guy, you sound like Bon Jovi. I don't want it anyway. Doesn't even care. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're trying to come up with people with money from Western New York that could buy this 25% of the Bills that reportedly the Pagulas are looking to sell. Bob's on CMF. Hey, Bobo, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Good, brother. What do you got?
What about the guy from the record archive? He's probably rich.
Okay.
The record store guy.
Yeah, he's always doing commercials, so he's got a lot of dough.
Yeah, I mean, he did have a really big record store day on Saturday, which we're going to talk about later in the show. Yeah, okay.
Record day.
Oh, bro, wait do you see what happened? All right, Bob.
Have a good day, guys.
All right, there goes Bob.
Yes, Bob.
I would
doing some day drinking.
I'd be great with that if he was only allowed in the stadium while wearing that giant record costume that he used to shoot commercials in. Da 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 da. Yeah. Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Rick. Rick writes us, this is just the beginning. The Pagulas are looking to get out. They're going to sell everything, and everything's going to leave. No more hockey, no more Amerks, no more Buffalo Bills. You put your faith in them, and it blew up. What?
Well, there's Mr. Fun.
I
don't think that's the case.
I don't get why anyone would want to sell a controlling stake in an NFL franchise right now.
Making you money.
They print money. Yeah. They print money. Like we just said. He paid $1.4 billion 10 years ago?
Yeah.
It's worth $4 billion.
Is that quadruple?
Yeah.
So he quadrupled your billion.
Quadrupled his income. And by the way, that doesn't count the money that is coming in.
Yeah, revenue.
Yes.
That's what they call that. The money you make, that's the revenue.
Also keep in mind that the value of the franchise quintupled while there was a pandemic that wrecked 2 seasons.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, there were
it's bulletproof.
Yes. I mean, like, you're right. You don't get a more bulletproof investment than an NFL franchise. That's why they're so particular about who they let into the club. Man.
So we only have 2 billionaires.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Unless we count the record archive guy. Somebody else suggested Abby Wambach. I think she's a little far off.
They can't be. I hope these people are not serious.
Well, the Dolphins did that thing a couple years ago where they allowed major celebrities to buy a tiny part of the franchise to get them to come to their games. I believe the Serena and Venus Williams bought in. I think Will Smith bought in. I think Diddy bought in, which, by the way, Kimmy, can you Google the celebrities that bought into the Dolphins a couple years ago? And
But that's Miami, man.
Jay-Z was allowed to buy a tiny percentage of the Brooklyn Nets, so he would sit courtside. Is there a big-time celebrity from West?
No. We don't have any big-time celebrity here with that kind of money.
Oh, really? Because there's a guy that's about to get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame that we're going to talk about in about 15 minutes.
He ain't got that kind of money, man.
You sure?
Guaranteed.
You sure? He's just signing guitars and giving them to whoever they want. Whoever he wants. There you go. Guitar for you. Guitar for you. They call him Uncle Guitars.
I don't know if this is where the list ends, but these are the only people they name as minority owners. Gloria Estefan, Emilio Estefan, Mark Anthony, Venus Williams, Serena Williams, and Fergie.
Wait, Fergie? They let Fergie in and bite a piece of an NFL franchise?
So I don't know if that's just a small snippet of all of them or what.
Good thing it wasn't Diddy.
Yes.
All right, let's take one more call, 252 WCMF, because we were asking, is 2 billionaires a lot of billionaires for a community our size? Let's talk to Tom. He's got the last word. Hey, Tom, how are you, buddy?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
So, first of all, there's 4 billionaires in Rochester, not 2.
Okay.
And some of them are worth as high as $3.1 billion and $3.5 billion each.
Okay, but that's what we publicly know, Tom, because like Danny Wegman doesn't disclose what his worth is, so we have no idea what he's worth.
Right. So I'm saying we're not limited to 2.
Okay.
So who are the other 2 people
that are on the books?
Who are the other 2 billionaires?
They're in the Forbes top 400 of richest people in the world right now.
Who are they?
So they're up there.
Who?
And then on top of it,
hey, bro, who are they?
Who are the people you're talking about?
Well, of course, we know Tom Golisano.
Got that one.
Then there's Robert Sands and Richard Sands, the brothers.
Gotcha.
And then there's David Walandes, and he's actually working out of Brooklyn as a developer.
He's the guy that crossed over the Niagara Falls on the wire. Yeah,
the high wire guy.
Yeah, the Walandes brothers.
Man, they make that kind of money.
I didn't know. It's a risky venture. I mean.
He's listed as number 344 on the list at $2.4
the high wire guy.
billion.
Yeah. All right, that's amazing. All right, well, Tom, thanks for the info, buddy. Pam, have a good rest of the day.
A lot of money in Daredevil.
8 in 10 Americans think this is okay when you go out to have dinner.
Oh, so it's got to be bad,
bro.
They think it's okay.
They think it's okay.
How bad?
For your own sake and safety. Never do this.
Safety.
Like, bro, what would have to happen for you or I to be like, okay, I'm doing this in a restaurant? Do not do this. We'll tell you what not to do.
Is it gross?
No, but it's going to get gross if you do this.
Oh.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Don't do this. Don't do this.
What's the matter?
And the fact that 80% of Americans think this is okay. Do you realize what you're subjecting yourself to when you do this?
Ooh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. They effing did it.
Who's that?
They effing did it.
Who did
He's
it?
in. He got what he deserves in a good way.
All right.
Okay, why are you making a face?
Okay, was there only like one person left out of this, by the way?
Okay, you guys are dicks.
No,
You're
I was
monster dicks.
I couldn't tell if I was reading it right
you
or
read
not.
it wrong.
Okay.
I'll explain. You're both dumb.
I'm not saying anything.
I know. I
yet.
see the snarky, stupid look on your face. Yeah, you should get it. Yeah. Oh, we got it. Now I'm going to tell you why it sucks. But this man deserves a pilgrimage from Rochester all the way to the Cuyahoga from all of his loyal fans.
Wow.
And we'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Over 8 in 10 Americans think it's okay to send back a dish at a restaurant.
Ooh. I've seen people do it, and it is embarrassing.
Okay. Embarrassing is yes, you're right. Watching somebody, excuse me, this is not what I. That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
The bigger risk, I would think, is the next dish that's coming out after you send that dish back.
Well, that's always the fear.
Are you out of your effing mind?
I know.
Okay, if 80% of Americans think it's okay to send back a dish at a restaurant, that means the other 20% of Americans have worked in a restaurant before.
Yes, or at least know what's coming.
Yes.
Or possibility of what's coming.
Okay, like you and I, we've had this discussion on the air before, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There are two kinds of people in this world. There are people who look at going out and spending money at a restaurant as everything I want better be exactly how I want it because I am giving you money.
I'll pay your salary.
And then there are people like you and I who look at going out to a restaurant as a roll of the dice. I don't know what I'm going to get.
Yeah.
Ideally, it goes well, but if it doesn't, I have
just ain't
gambled,
either.
and I've gambled poorly.
Yeah.
Right? And I get that there are some circumstances where you'd absolutely have to. Like allergy stuff, fine.
Okay, life and
Yeah.
death type of
Yeah,
situation.
yeah.
Your health.
Maybe kid stuff, because you know how finicky kids can be about things not exactly the way they want them. I would understand that. And here's the thing. Like, even if it's the totally wrong order, I've eaten the completely wrong order because I didn't want to speak up and be like, you brought out.
Well, and I also there's a fear of speaking up. There's also the fear of, oh, is this what is this? Did I mistakenly order something I didn't mean? You know what I mean? How sometimes you read something and you're like, maybe this isn't what I thought it was, but I'll eat it anyway.
Because, like, if that's the case,
Yeah.
and you go, excuse me, I got the wrong thing.
And they're like, no, that's it.
You look dumb.
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
No, sir, you've never actually seen what these enchiladas are supposed to look like. Have you ever sent a dish back in your life?
No, but my family members have. My family members are asses, and they do it. And what's really embarrassing to me is when I see a grown-ass man send a meal back.
What do you mean by that?
A man. You can't eat that steak?
Wait,
You can't eat that? It's too raw for you. Your little tummy gonna hurt. Anytime I think it's like the biggest wuss move is to watch a grown-ass man send a meal back.
If the steak is too rare, he's a wuss. Let me ask you a question, because you like your meat like I like my meat, bloody.
Yeah.
Okay. If it comes out, you order it rare, and it comes out overdone.
Yeah.
You
I'm
eat
just
some-
going to eat
you're
the
eating
steak. Yeah.
it? Okay.
Like if you, and it's usually the other way. Oh, it's too much fat on it. It's too runny. That's picky eaters. Right?
Yeah, it is weird how you can get to a point in your life as an adult and still be a picky
Oh,
eater.
it's bloody.
Yeah. Says man who eats fennel every day.
Raw fennel. Bloody ass fennel, son.
I don't
This
know.
fennel don't run.
But wait. But wait, you're saying then it's okay for a woman to do it?
It's
It stands out more when you see a man do it?
most picky eaters I know are women.
Thoughts, Kimmy?
I mean,
She ain't
I
no
can
picky
name
eater,
the
bro. We
pickiest
see
eater
it.
in this room, and it's not me.
You're talking to the shop vac over here.
No, I'm asking Kimmy's opinion of your friends that you have, both male and female.
I will. The person I know that will send a meal back is somebody that's worked in a restaurant.
That's insane to me.
It
Yeah.
is.
Like,
It
you
is,
know
but
the drill, man.
You're 100% right, but I'm always surprised at like the people who have had a lot of restaurant experience will sometimes be the first people to speak up if they feel they'll speak up on behalf of somebody else, and I'll be like, no,
Yeah.
don't say anything, it's fine, I don't care, like please just leave it
Yeah.
alone.
And I've done stuff to food to customers.
I'm aware.
Not proud.
I'm aware. No, you are proud because you came back. You said the guy came back and said it was the best steak he ever had in his life. You're laughing about it now. You can't giggle like a schoolgirl as if you're watching the live stream. He may be having a heart attack right now and be like, not proud of it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Over 8 in 10 Americans think it's okay to send back a dish at a restaurant. I am stunned that the number is that
So
high.
it must happen a lot.
Unless, like, there's something... Even if there's something gross on the plate, I still think I'm just eating around it.
I'll take hair out.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have to... there are some things
I mean, it would have to be like the world's biggest pubes. Right?
Like, it'd have to be so obvious.
By the way, if it's the world's biggest pube, you just put that on the side of the road. You got a business opportunity, buddy. Stop and see the world's biggest pube. And Tommy Delay. All right, let me ask you a question.
What?
All right. Fingernail in your salad. You sending it back?
I probably just won't eat.
All right, so you're just going to push it away.
I think I'm just going to push it away.
All right. All right.
No.
No. All right, you order a steak,
Mm-hmm.
and it comes with a roll and a separate plate.
Mm-hmm.
There's blood on the roll. Which, by the way, one of the least popular Michael Jackson albums. The blood may have come from the steak,
Yeah.
but it doesn't look like what's running off the steak.
I mean, it would have to be to the point of, like, I'm going to get, like, a blood poisoning. Yeah, maybe. But it would have to be down to that.
You could get all kinds of stuff from eating stuff that came in contact with people's blood.
I know, but I'm just thinking, like...
I don't think you'd get blood poisoning from eating other people's blood.
I thought that's how you get it.
No, blood poisoning you get from, like lead.
Like if you lick blood, you get blood poisoning.
No, if that was the case, my entire teens, never mind. No, the blood poisoning happens to your own blood.
Oh. I thought you ate, like nasty-ass, like... blood.
When would you eat nasty?
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, I got it. But I'm saying
I'm down south, man.
we would all be dead if you got blood poisoning from eating. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Jennifer. Hey, Jennifer, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
So I've worked in, I've hostessed, I've waitressed in numerous restaurants. I've bartended. Now I teach, but I don't do it often, but I have returned food. I think it's how it's done. It's the attitude. It's how you word things to the server.
This is chicks
you know,
eating out, man.
you are paying. You're paying for a service.
In Jennifer's defense, like, this is the argument.
She can't hold a job. She's had 10 jobs.
Shut up.
She can't commit to a
He
meal.
holds up 3 fingers and goes, she's had 10 jobs.
I know.
Give me your
So this is, I mean, Jennifer
No,
reminds
that
me a
was
lot.
when I was in college that I did that.
Yeah, Tommy.
Jennifer reminds me a lot of my friends who have worked in the restaurant industry. Like, they are very particular about the way things come out because I feel like they've worked in it. They know how it's supposed to be.
Okay, we can figure
They've
this.
dealt with customers.
We can figure this out, Kimmy. We can figure this out.
Yeah.
Jennifer, what's your favorite food?
I don't know. I just like good food as long as it's.
Okay, let's say you ordered a hamburger. It comes out. I'm going to be the waiter that brought you your hamburger. Jennifer, you are upset that something is wrong with your hamburger, and you're going to show us how to do it the right way. You ready?
Okay.
All right, here we go. I come out. I got my towel over my arm. Hello, ma'am. How's your burger? You haven't touched it yet. Is everything okay?
Well, I tried it and it's a little bloody for me.
I told you, man. Pinky ass eater.
I know.
All right, Jennifer. Well, listen, you do you. Just don't eat whatever comes back out of the kitchen.
I really don't make a point of doing it, but I feel like if you are buying something, it should be done correctly if that's how you ask. I mean, mistakes happen in a restaurant too. Like, I've made a mistake as a waitress and, put something in wrong.
All right.
So it could have been a mistake,
All right, well, Jennifer, you keep destroying the dreams of waitstaff across the greater Rochester area. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. There goes Jennifer. Why do you hated her immediately?
Dude, she proved my point, man. That's everything I said in one woman.
But she's also telling it to you from the perspective of somebody that's worked as a waitress.
All 10 women.
So it is interesting. It's an interesting side by side because I would think that somebody who's worked in that industry would just absolutely despise anybody who sends something back. But according to her, there are some exceptions.
Okay. With that being said, you think people that send stuff back are dicks?
Yeah.
All right. We're about to watch 2 people who cheered hard for this for the last 3 months automatically become dicks.
Who's that?
Okay. You two. Because, listen. Kimmy, I'm surprised by you.
I
was
don't even know what
shocked.
we're talking about.
I'm surprised by you.
I was shocked.
I knew if this happened, The second everyone was like, yeah, great, Tommy having to be the dick that he is. Oh, you guys think it's cool? Well, now I'm going to tell you why it sucks.
Well, it did answer some of my questions because I thought there was a limit.
There is a limit.
Apparently, it's a big limit.
Somebody
Everybody get it. Come on, man. We're all going in.
Hometown boy done good. The last thing on a resume of the greatest of music stars, and he got it. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Almost 5 decades on the scene.
5 decades.
Millions of records sold, thousands of shows across the world. They and he finally get what they both deserve.
Wow.
And last night, way overdue, one Rochester man went to sleep. Finally, a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
Don't be a dick.
I'm not being a dick.
Don't be a dick. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Foreigner has made it into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's a green light now, baby.
Oh, yeah.
All the way to Cleveland.
Look at that.
Everybody getting it. All right, so it was announced last night during American Idol. The band, which has been eligible for 30 years.
Wait. Wow.
Was elected on their first ever nominated year. And saying the band and Rochester native Lou Gramm deserve it is the understatement of the century. And Foreigner is going in with some other big-time heavy hitters.
Yeah.
For example, it was a big class. So you have Foreigner, Cher, Ozzy, Dave Matthews Band, Peter Frampton, Mary J. Blige, Kool and the Gang, and A Tribe Called Quest.
Damn. Yeah, that is Murderer's Row. What?
Oh, wow. All of a sudden, somebody got, were you scared?
No.
Scared who's going to come to your house?
What?
Well, no, because I saw the look on your face.
What?
And I heard you make it. I can't even get my glasses off. I heard the little comment you made going into the commercial. What?
I mean, they're the only band that everybody had to go to bat for to get them in. Like, nobody was, I didn't see Paul McCartney going,
No, but
you got to put Cher in. You got to have Cher.
I don't know if you're doing Paul McCartney arguing for Cher or you're doing Ozzy Osbourne talking about his wife.
Kind of the same.
Sharon!
Well, they're both British guys.
Thank you.
Know. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying, like, I would say, like, they're the least popular of that class.
Oh, my God. Really? Tell me about A Tribe Called Quest.
Well, they're big time.
Tell me about them.
Yeah, weren't they on Conan?
Weren't they on Conan? Did you say?
Wasn't one of the guys on Conan as, like, the band director? That's the right guy?
Okay. You are thinking of Late Night with Jimmy Fallon,
Yeah,
and you're thinking of The Roots. So it was a pleasure to work with you.
No. I don't know.
Max Weinberg and the Max Weinberg 7 was the house band for Conan. Max Weinberg of
All right, so I got the wrong
East Street
talk
Band.
show and the wrong band.
Yeah. What could have made you confuse those?
I don't know.
Me neither. You are batting 1,000 today, man.
Well, you asked me, and I answered.
You said you knew. You could have said, I don't know A Tribe Called Quest, which I know you don't.
I know the Tribe Called Quest.
Tribe Called Quest.
The Quest Tribe.
Oh, my God. There are
I didn't
folks,
even know that they were up. I don't remember.
A Tribe Called Quest was in there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're in.
Yes.
All right.
Cher, Ozzy, Dave Matthews Band, Peter Frampton, Mary J. Blige, Kool and the Gang, and A Tribe Called Quest, which, by the way, is going to be a Murderer's Row show.
The Frampton,
So
I'm
then-
kind of surprised.
By what?
I thought he was in already. Didn't we? Oh, no, we did look it up. He wasn't.
I mean, I always look at Frampton, and he had one great album, and that was it. And that was when I was in high school.
Yeah,
I mean, that's kind of a stretch putting him in.
But it was such a monster.
It was.
album.
It was I think it was the biggest selling live album of all time.
Yeah.
At that time, anyway.
Now, there are folks who didn't make it, Mr. Everybody Got It.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I can't
didn't get
remember
in.
who got left off besides Mariah Carey.
Mariah Carey's still waiting.
Wait, she didn't get in?
She did not get in. Lenny Kravitz and his working out in leather pants and mesh tank top ass is still waiting to get in.
Okay.
Oasis did not get in.
Man.
Okay.
So there you go. Like, you're going to sit here and be like, oh, everybody can sit now. No,
I
no
am a
big
little
deal.
surprised that because like we kind of thought Dave Matthews wouldn't get in because again like we were thinking of like the younger set that had much more time to get in and they made it in.
So Dave Matthews Band has been up a couple of times, and I
Okay,
guess they've
all
just
right.
been on the outside a couple of times.
Gotcha.
So look, how do you sit here and say that Foreigner needed the biggest help to get in?
I mean, he had a couple. They
Well, they
threw
had
him a
people
bone,
do
man.
it. I mean, they had people.
They didn't throw him a bone.
We don't know if they needed that to get in. It just happened.
Name me a more accomplished group
Probably
other
was-
than Ozzy, maybe, than Foreigner on the list of Cher, Ozzy, Dave Matthews, Peter
I would
Frampton.
say Dave Matthews probably has a bigger following than
It's not following. I'm saying accomplished because Fish has a big following too. Would you call them megastars? Would you say they changed
in Mississauga?
music?
Yes.
I mean, look, Cher has had a number one hit in every decade that she's performed.
Cher's a monster.
That's impressive, right? But like when it comes to influence and accreditation and what they've done, I think Foreigner has the best. What's the word I'm looking for? Resume? of the people on this thing. Ozzy, you can make an argument for too, but he's done it in a couple of different ways. I mean, if Ozzy didn't do that reality show, I love Ozzy. I love Black Sabbath. Would Ozzy still be relevant today if it wasn't for a reality show? Does that make him more likely to get into a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying, man.
I mean, Foreigner's a great band back in the day.
What does that mean? All of these are back in the day. It's the Hall of Fame, you idiot.
But I think Cher can still put out a performance. Dave Matthews, obviously. I mean...
Yeah, is it Foreigner's fault that they waited 30 years to nominate them? Is that Foreigner's fault?
Well, maybe you should have tried harder, man.
252 WCMF. You're such a dick.
I mean, maybe you phoned in a couple of performances.
You're such a spoiled child because for the last 3 months, you were all about they deserve to be in. You don't know. When I was a kid,
good band.
The second they get in and everyone's like, oh, this is great. You have to be that little prick who's like, oh, well, here's why you shouldn't. Here's why it's not cool, guy. Like, we can't just sit here as a room and be like, congratulations, Lou. This is amazing.
Man. Hey.
Hey, what?
It's only going to happen once in this community.
I love how. Well, that is the interesting point.
It'll never happen again.
And that's why something should happen
here
and abroad.
And where?
252 WCMF.
Because they're foreigners.
Not actually abroad. We're talking about how Foreigner and Lou Gramm, last night it's announced they've made it into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. 30 years awaiting it. They get on their first nomination, which is a whole weird thing. The induction into the Hall of Fame is now all done in Cleveland. The show that they used to do in New York City.
Oh, they moved it to Cleveland?
Yes, it's at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse where the Cavs play. It's an arena show. That's on October 19th.
And they all show up?
Yeah, so fingers crossed. It means we get to see the original Foreigner lineup because Lou did say he would perform at the induction ceremony despite the fact that he was retiring.
Yeah.
We know that Mick Jones, also in Foreigner, revealed that he was diagnosed with Parkinson's.
I mean, both guys are struggling with their health.
But I don't know if that means he's got a couple more songs in him where they could all get up one more time and go. That would be ideal. Rochester's showing up for that show, right?
I would think.
It's a 4-hour trip down the 90. It's a hell of an experience.
Oh, sure.
And it kind of feels like Rochester might owe Lou Gramm a little bit.
We owe Lou?
You don't think so?
I didn't think about it that way.
Well, look, the guy traveled the world. He made a fortune. He came back home.
Yeah, he did.
He's one of us. He's super laid back. He never big times anyone.
No, he blends.
You see him buying cereal at Wegmans. Oh, and by the way, he was one of the best frontmen of the late 70s and early 80s.
Well, he probably had one of the best voices in rock and roll, period.
And multiple solo hits.
Yeah.
I mean, that just doesn't
he's
happen
got
all
a
the
great
time.
piece of work. Yeah.
Look, I mean, just based on the fact that he came back, became one of us, and if you were unaware of who he was, you would have no idea, based on ego or how he carries himself, that he was a
Class
rock
act.
god. Yes.
Class act. Should he get a parade here?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, like you do
Foreigner
for like the
parade?
Calder Cup or something like that.
Yes.
To the City Hall.
Absolutely. Like, I'm not even
Where and
joking.
when?
Well, summer, obviously.
All right, well, look, he grew up in the town of Gates, and the city of Rochester and the county of Monroe could also do something. Where's the parade?
I would think he'd do
also
right at
unveil
City
a
Hall
statue somewhere.
Yeah, with Malik.
Okay. Well, okay.
He knows his music.
The
He
parade
loves music.
leads to the statue.
Do it? Is a statue a bridge too far? Lou Gramm statue?
I don't think
No.
so.
252 WCMF. Wait a minute. Right. A second ago, everybody gets in, and they were the weakest name on the bill. Now you want to build them a statue.
Well, with weakest name on the bill on the bottom.
Statue might be a bridge too far. Think of the people who have statues.
Man, we got some busted-ass statues in this town,
Name
man.
one.
Half of them.
Name
Half
one.
of them, you don't even know who the hell they are.
Name one.
It happened like 1,000 years ago.
Bro, there's like 4 statues.
Bro, walk around this town, there's statues.
Name
If not a statue, what about a plaque? We got a lot of those. How about a Lou Gramm plaque?
But see, plaque seems too little. We got to find something that's between a plaque and a statue.
I don't know what's in the middle.
A plaque, you, if you will.
I think you get him a nice little statue.
Yeah.
somewhere.
But, okay, where do you put it?
Well, if it depends on where you plan on doing this parade, because if it's going to be...
You're not going to put a statue of Lou Gramm at the steps of City Hall.
No, but you would put it downtown someplace like closer to where you would have like the jazz fest and where all the music's happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
So downtown somewhere on like that jazz street or something. Oh,
you said it wrong.
Oh, wait a minute.
You said it wrong.
What?
Jazz Street! Sorry.
You put it at Eastman,
No,
School
but
of
he didn't
Music.
go to Eastman.
No, but it's the School of Music That's where you would put. That's where all your music.
Yes,
happens.
so all of the kids that are going and paying a fortune to get these degrees of music could pass by a guy who's had the most success ever from anyone in this town who didn't get a degree from there. Brilliant idea, you idiot.
Well,
hey, why not build statues to all people who didn't graduate from high school outside of every high school in America? I think Gates should have the statue.
Gates.
Yeah.
It's where he's from.
Good luck keeping it upright.
Shut up.
They're gonna rip it off, and they're gonna put dirty words all over.
Is there
it.
somewhere?
Write dirty words all over it? Yeah, who's going to... The good people of Florida won't stand for that.
Is there somewhere like he first played in town or something?
Oh, the
Ooh.
arcade, Penny Arcade.
But
On
Penny
the site.
Arcade ain't there anymore.
No, but the
but
site
could you put it near wherever that place was?
up in Charlotte.
Down in Charlotte. And that, I mean, it does
Is that-
work with the song we just played,
Yeah,
too, right?
that's
I mean,
true.
you know, one of the sites of his most famous tunes.
Yeah, in the park up there.
I don't hate that idea. Yeah, Charlotte.
The beach that nobody goes to.
That is always full and you don't want to go. He's like Yogi Berra, you idiot. And nobody goes there. It's too full.
It is. Town beach is full.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Are either of you interested in going for this induction show in
I'm
Cleveland?
not going all the way to Cleveland to hear some old songs.
Well, I wonder though.
Couple old geezers, man, it can hardly move.
Do you think it helps or hurts that so many people here in Rochester have seen him play?
That's another thing.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you're so close to it that maybe you don't feel the need to travel because you've seen him.
It's like every
maybe
kid
even
in the
multiple
90s
times.
that had like a Jim Kelly autograph. It's not very rare.
Yeah, I know. It's not like all of Bill's Mafia traveled to Canton, Ohio when he was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Okay, well, let's
You
see you there.
idiot. No, I just...
Cleveland.
That's how you know he has no takers because now he's just doing voices. He's just doing voice guy now. No, man.
What did you become a railroad owner? I'm not driving all the way to Cleveland. I'm not even that big of a fan.
Think about this lineup you're going to
Yeah,
get
you
for
get
the
it.
show,
I mean, you
though.
get quite the show.
So, like, okay, so the way this works is if they can perform on their own, they will perform songs to induct themselves. So, like Dave Matthews, Peter Frampton is still touring.
Yeah, but he's also one of those guys that's not well.
Okay. Well, then you're definitely going to get Dave Matthews, Mary J. Blige. What about Kool and the Gang?
Cool and the Gang, I'd love to see.
Okay, so you get them definitely, and then for the bands that can't perform for themselves, they have other legendary bands doing covers of their songs. Like you can, they broadcast this live on ABC or Disney. It's on Disney Plus this year. It's an amazing show, and to be there live for that, plus the connection of Lou Gramm and Foreigner, hopefully the original lineup all together one last time. Come on, man!
But it's not going to sound the same.
Shut
up!
They're going to make it entertaining.
Maybe not for the good reason.
Maybe not for the good reason.
Because you got a bunch of old people doing stuff.
Yeah, but they.
Hey, I'd be careful what you're saying.
I'm just saying.
I'd be careful what you're saying.
Things can happen.
A lot of younger people doing radio these days.
And we all know how Peter Frampton can melt down.
Oh my God, it's the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's
Wouldn't you want to see that?
That I might want to.
I think I'm going.
Yeah, but it's so you.
Why?
You love
Well, you
going all
love
this-
Cleveland too.
You love Cleveland. You like kissing LeBron's ass. You love doing all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Cleveland to kiss LeBron's ass. Hopefully he's
By the way,
visiting
he's got a
from Los
statue.
Angeles. Yes. Well, shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Is it going to piss you off if, like, let's say, because is it all like one long concert?
I believe so.
So, like, I wonder, like, whoever Lou Gramm follows or whoever comes after him, like, if they join in on a song, like, is it going to piss you off if, like an artist you don't necessarily like does one of his tunes?
For a night like this, no.
Okay.
If they recorded it as a cover to, like, put out, yeah, they're both.
Oh, so at the end,
Midnight Blue is his and his alone.
All right. So at the end, they all come out on stage.
It all depends on the year, but, like, yeah, there's a lot of
But
collaboration.
usually, there's like a headliner would be like Cher or somebody like that megastar.
Well, it's an interesting question of the people that are going to perform, who has the biggest name to close it out and the ability to do that? Because you also have to think of who's still got the juice to close that show down.
I'm thinking Cher still performs, and her shows are like over the top.
Does she still perform?
She does, yeah.
Yeah.
No
and
kidding.
she's got like elephants and crap on stage.
Yeah, she just finished up her elephants and crap tour.
Bro, she has live animals on stage. That could get ugly if somebody gets too close to one of them elephants.
What would it sound like if Cher had to apologize for an elephant crapping?
Oh,
up?
Lou Gramm, I'm so sorry. You got to stop my old Stompy, but we named him Stompy for a reason. I told you not to get so close to him.
I think your three nominees for the ones that would close it down, if you're like, Cher.
Cher number one.
Who's next?
Dave Matthews,
Yeah,
maybe?
that's another one, and I would think the third one would be Mary J. Blige.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
going to say Ozzy.
I don't think Ozzy's got it to perform.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, again, you
All
gotta
right.
have, look, I would like to see Ozzy close it down. I would like to see Foreigner close it down. But with the health issues,
Yeah, that's
right?
the problem.
Mary J. Blige still brings it hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
No more
She
drama.
was just in a Super Bowl halftime show a few years ago, right?
No more drama. I don't know. You want to roll the dice on that after Mr. A Tribe Called Quest is helping Johnny Carson as his band leader?
Wait, they go back that far?
Yep. Let's take a break. Speaking of music,
Yeah.
we were shocked to find out the amount of records that Foreigner sold worldwide during their run,
Yeah.
right? Like more than most of the bands that we play here on WCMF.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out that, as we've been telling you for years, records are back and they're back hard.
Yeah, you were telling me.
You saw it this weekend in Rochester. Kimmy, did you drive by?
I did. And it was packed.
It's time for you.
I don't get it.
Okay,
man.
no, but it's time for you to admit that you're wrong. And it's time for you to embrace this because this is your thing, man.
But we left it back there for a reason.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's not weird for Tommy Muley to be wrong on his takes.
What did I do?
But this weekend may have shone a light on the worst take he's ever had.
Really?
Because when vinyl records started to become popular again a few years ago, he said it was a fad.
Mm-hmm. It is a fad.
He said those people were stupid.
Mm-hmm.
He said there was no way that people were buying records the way they did back in the day. And then you see what happened over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Duh. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, by the way, you can log on to WCMF.com right now. Go to the contest page. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Kansas at the Kodak Center. That's a big show for the Kodak Center. May 2nd, courtesy of our friends at the Kodak Center. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Happy Record Store Day to those who celebrate.
All the hipsters out there.
It was Record Store Day on Saturday. And if you're not familiar, it's a way for the music industry to help out independent music stores across the country. Artists from all genres release special edition, rare, unique reissues, and they put them out on vinyl.
Put them on your hi-fi when you get home.
And it gets folks that are into vinyls motors running.
Oh, yeah.
And
80 watts per channel, man.
The Record Archive on Saturday was insane. Did you see the videos?
I saw the videos. I saw the news.
Thousands of people lined up to get in.
Thousands of Gunthers lined up around the block.
Some folks had camped out the night before.
Yeah,
that's
was
a little
shocking.
sad.
I don't think you understand.
Oh, I understand sad.
Like I knew it was big, and it's been big in years past, but I've never heard of somebody camping out to to be like first in line.
I mean,
to get old stuff.
I just said it's new stuff.
Special releases.
But it's on
and
an
stuff.
old system.
Yeah.
Okay. There was tailgating going on in the parking lot. It was pandemonium, total pandemonium. And by the way, that's just the Record Archive. Don't forget the Hog across town had their own Record Store Day things going on. That scene was also a mob scene. And Saturday may have actually been the perfect storm for vinyl. Record Store Day fell on 420, probably a large cross-section there.
There you go.
A lot of snacks involved.
And
Lot of soft boys lining up for their albums.
And it was the day after Taylor Swift released her new double album.
Oh.
And she put out a bunch of special
Well, I didn't even
editions.
think about that. You got all the Swifties involved.
So I saw a picture. The Record Archive, I believe, had 150 vinyl Taylor Swift albums, the double album, and a couple of them were all like different like colors of vinyl and things like that. So that was a big deal. So I need you now to admit, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Vinyl's back.
Apparently, it's
Okay.
back. It's back, kind of. It isn't what it was when I was a kid.
Did you have thousands of people lined
Oh
up
my
on a
God, there
Saturday
was
morning?
thousands of record stores. You could buy albums
There were
at
thousands.
Kmart.
You can buy albums at Walmart and
Bro,
Target.
it ain't like it was in the day. It would be impossible because you don't need it. Because that means you got to go out and buy a stereo system.
Yes.
You got to buy a turntable.
Yes.
You got to replace the needle.
Yeah.
Like all that crap. It is such a pain in the ass.
It's not that hard, man. I got one. It's easy. Bro, now you can buy an all-in-one system that sounds really good. That's
or
what I have.
I could just have my phone
Why do you hate this so
and
much?
a
But
wireless speaker.
But okay, you're right. You can get the music in multiple ways, but I think this is more of a collector's thing.
I get it.
You know what I
wanna
mean?
look
You have a collection. You want to touch it and see it.
And it takes up so much goddamn space in your house.
Any collectible does.
But this one for sure.
Okay, so first of all, let's touch on what Kimmy said. I think you are underestimating how important it is for people to want to hold their music in their hands. The cover art, the look of your collection, the fact that you own that album. That is something that people under the age of like 25 never got to experience, right? Like my daughters have not lived in a world where they could physically hold the music they bought, and I think you're taking that for granted.
All right, so are other things making a comeback?
Well, yeah, I mean, just like everything.
Filterless cigarettes in the iron lung? You really want to go back there?
Is that what you want?
Is that what you want?
Communism? We're knocking at your front door. Russia being a superpower threatening. We want
Sputnik overhead?
going back to those days.
Chairman Mao on a march?
And look, Kimmy, Tommy, you have to admit.
What?
Music coming off a record does sound
It does
better.
not.
No, it does. It's
Man,
an audio
you
fact.
can't tell
it's
me
an
the
audio fact.
The technology that they have today to make this music sound phenomenal. It's not even close,
In the
man.
digital form, you lose the top. You lose the top and the bottom in the digital form. It's a fact. It is a fact that it sounds better coming off a record. I understand.
But that's what people say.
It's true. I understand your argument that it's more work. I understand your argument that it's an expense you don't have to pay. Fine. You cannot argue that it sounds better coming off a record. It's inarguable.
I don't think so.
When's the last time you listened to a vinyl?
When vinyl was around, 40 years ago.
Okay, vinyl's around now, man.
And they tried to do everything they could to I remember when they came up with quad.
Okay.
So it was a 4-speaker system that you had to center up in your room, and you had to sit in the middle of the room to enjoy it. And I remember Dick's doing that and spending all this money. And there were radio stations that broadcasted in quad.
Okay.
And it didn't work.
Huh. Well, that means if you broadcast in quad, the music would sound better than just being able to hear it anywhere around the room if you're walking around now, right?
Surround sound.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. 252 WCMF, Record Store Day on Saturday. Thousands of people lined up outside the record archive. And even same kind of scene happening at the Hog across town. And Tommy Free, records are fad. Nobody, man, just a bunch of hipster losers. Da, 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 da. People were camping out to have first
Talking
access
albums, man.
at the Record Store Day exclusives. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Austin. Hello, Austin.
Hello, Duffy. So, Tommy, you couldn't tell me that you wouldn't listen to a jazz record on a record player?
Now?
Yeah, now.
No, I have like a million jazz artists on my phone.
I have like a million.
Austin, here's how stupid he is. You can subscribe monthly to a whole bunch of services to have unlimited amounts of music on your phone, right? Which I understand.
Which is about as convenient as it gets.
But you don't do that. You pay individually for music off of iTunes,
I got
you
Pandora.
Idiot. You pay for Pandora? You got free Pandora.
I pay for
Holy
Pandora.
crap.
Sucker. Austin, so were you at Record Store Day on Saturday?
No, I was actually in Canada at IKEA buying a shelf for my records.
Ah.
Oh, man. A Canadian shelf for my records. It's called a record holder. Then I can listen to my Foghat album in Quadrophenic.
IKEA is from Sweden, you dick.
You were in Canada, though. I mean,
So you went all the way to Canada to get a shelf for your albums?
Yeah, you can't tell me you've done stuff like that before for other things. You go to comedy clubs and you perform crap comedy.
No, Austin, actually, Tommy has driven to Canada for a belt, and that is a real story.
And drove to Columbus, Ohio for lawn furniture.
Yep.
And also crappy comedy across the country. Austin, thanks for
You're not winning this one. You're not winning this one,
Hey,
buddy.
well, thank you for your support for the Record Archive, Austin.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have
Later,
a good rest
Dick.
of the day. Take care.
How many Austins did he run into at Austin Fest?
He didn't go. Did you not just listen? He didn't go to Record Archive
But
on
if he
Saturday.
would have won, he would have run into Austin. They were one Austin short. Because he's up in Canada buying a shelf.
Well, he's got to organize his records before he buys more records.
All right, then we built our own record shelves.
It doesn't make sense that you hate this so much because it's good for everyone.
It's good for the economy.
Look, it's good for the artists. They get
It's good
paid.
for the food trucks, that's for sure.
The artists get paid more for physical copies sold. It's good for the consumer. They don't run the risk of having iTunes taking all their music back, which is something they're allowed to do. It's in the fine print. I'm not done. It's good for small business. Those two spots in town were overrun with people just trying to throw money at them. And it's good for the people who physically make the records. There are factories across America that are employing people to press these things. Shouldn't you be cheering for all of this?
Well, you know what, Pat?
What's that?
All these Austins, they're vegan, I'm sure.
Shut up!
They like their crap beer done with only organic, ingredients. They're very earth friendly.
Mm-hmm.
This is the most polluting thing you could have on the planet.
Oh my God! Now
You're pressing vinyl that's going to end up in a landfill. It doesn't break down for 1,000 years. And all these electronics you're buying. See, I keep my carbon footprint low. I use a phone. And I have all my jazz and Austin albums in my phone.
Bro, they don't end up in landfills.
I don't end up in shelves.
Well, people are buying them.
Yes, they end up at the Record Archive and the Hog.
They will end up in a landfill, just like everybody who bought albums back in the 70s did the same thing. I'm going to hold on to this, man. It's a double album. It's going to be really rare.
It was,
Some
and they
of
go
it
for
was.
a fortune now.
As we're finding out.
People tossed them, bro.
Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Dave writes us, my son and I went to Record Store Day, and records are something we bond over. He's discovered old new that's new to him because of it. The only thing that sucks is how expensive it gets. We spent over $300 Saturday between
$300 on
easy
crap.
It racks up fast.
And by the way, let the kid develop his own taste in music. Why does he got to have dad's old crap?
No, but if he hears something that dad's playing and he likes it, why would you not share that with your kid?
He can buy his own. I mean, he can buy new stuff.
Jazz dick. Ooh, let people develop their own music taste. I like jazz.
It's Southside Johnny, man. He's really good.
Have you heard this new Tommy Dorsey? I like new music. I want to develop their own. No, Kimmy, I mean, your husband collects records.
Yes, he has old and new.
And those new records get pricey.
Yeah.
Like the new, it's
How many albums?
And
do
like
think
you said,
got?
there's different versions of them that they'll release. So they kind of get you with like, this is a super rare green record.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
How
So
is it rarer to producing them now?
Well, because like you can only get, I don't know, certain colors that they only make so many,
I will say this.
copies.
This is how stupid I am. If I buy a new record and I open it up and it's a different color than the black vinyl, I get
Mm-hmm. It is kind of fun.
Ooh, it's purple.
Look at the design it makes when it spins.
Check it out. And look, here's the thing that boggles my mind.
What's that?
Right? As we talk about vinyl coming back, thousands of people on Saturday going through 2 stores on Record Store Day. I mean, the Record Archive and the Hog are packed on Saturdays and Sunday, any regular weekend with people shopping for records. Knowing you should be record guy. You like a lame-ass, snooty genre of music.
I do.
You're the ultimate old guy hipster, and if you don't believe me, log on to our live stream right now and look at his zip-up strappy boots that are underneath his summer jeans with a turtleneck and a shacket. You dress like you have 5,000 records in your basement. You dress like you own the bop shop.
Well, thank you.
You make everything more difficult than it has to be. Every time you start a sentence, it's a roller coaster ride. You were made for being record guy.
So you said I should go down there and check it out.
No, I know you'll hate it because you've already decided you hated it. It's just weird that, like, you made a snap decision you hated something, and you won't go back.
I just hate antique crap. Like, the stores always smell weird.
They smell
too.
like vinyl.
I know. It's a weird old smell.
When I go to bookstores or when I go to
I hate
record
that.
stores,
I hate that.
I always have to poop immediately.
Well, there's a very distinct
Antiques?
smell.
All of them, they're like musty.
Yeah. But I don't
Yeah, it's
know.
old
That's
stuff.
it's part of the experience,
The
I
must?
guess. Yeah.
It's a must-have. Thank you. Look, the coolest thing about
What's that?
vinyl coming back,
Yeah.
it brings together music lovers from different generations. Like on Saturday and Sunday at the Archive, you saw 20-somethings cutting it up with 50, 60-somethings while they're going through the walls of all these records. What other hobby, activity has those two types of people not only wanting to talk to each other, but engaged fully while doing it?
Do you
Name
think
me another hobby. Name me one.
Do you
Thank
think,
you.
Pickleball.
No, Kimmy's dad's ruining that for everybody.
I thought he was recruiting young guys.
Exactly.
Yes, he is.
Don't say that without context.
I checked with the pickle
Not helping.
and a ball
Nope.
and a paddling.
Do you think
Pickling and paddling, paddling and pickling.
Do you think that the older people going to Record Store Day, are they buying new records or are they buying the stuff that they used to have? Because I would almost think they're the ones buying the newer albums because it would almost like kill you to know you used to have that record that
I
they're
thought
now
they'd be trying to get
reselling.
the stuff back that they threw out as a kid.
It's a really good question. Look, I'll say this as a guy who is, you know how compulsive I get about stuff that I do, right? And it's just all in.
Yeah.
I would imagine, to answer Kimmy's question, that a lot of the old heads are buying the reissues because it's so crisp. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's expensive, but like every artist you've ever heard of is putting out stuff on a semi-regular basis, like reissues or like demos you've never heard before. However, there is something about going through that wall of used records that go anywhere between like $1 and $10.
Yeah, it's like a crapshoot.
And finding a gem.
Yeah.
Like an album that was
Well, you might. The rare ones are going to be like the first issue of like Skinnerd.
Oh, I don't even mean like.
I mean the one before the. You know, they issued that and they changed the album cover.
Yes,
so the original album cover had the flames in the background.
Yes.
They took it off. That album cover's got to be worth a fortune.
Like he can't even resist.
Nope.
Like he makes fun of it the whole
Nope.
time, and then he has old man knowledge. And, he's
And
got
that's all you're going to hear down at Album Fest.
No, but see, I find it interesting from someone who's into this, not Dick who wants to
I
sound
like it,
he
but I don't
knows.
like it coming out of your mouth.
What I meant by that, no, the Record Archive knows if they have a rare record, you're not going to sell it for $3. What I mean is like an album that was maybe a deeper cut that you loved back in the day, and all of a sudden you stumble upon it again.
All right.
I mean, that's the greatest feeling in the whole world, man. You bring it home again for $3.
Jeff Beck.
Whatever you're into. Bro, they have a massive jazz section that you would love to sit for 2 hours and thumb through, and you won't do it out of principle that you had a bad take. So stupid. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
This man thrilled Bills fans for a couple years here in Buffalo.
Yeah.
He was one of the biggest stars that they had during this drought period. And this man lost an ungodly amount of money on Saturday night.
On Saturday night?
So there was a big fight on Saturday. If you're a boxing fan, you know what I'm talking about. And there was a massive underdog involved in this fight.
Yeah, he went all in.
Yeah, it seems like LaShawn McCoy backed the wrong horse, but it's how much money he stuck in the back of this horse. Holy crap. Bro, he's got to be broke. He's got to be broke.
That kind of money.
And if he's not broke now, he's going to be broke soon.
Yeah.
Tell you all about it next here at the Break Room on CM. It feels like this 5 years from now will be the story we go back to where we're like, well, yeah, of course, when he did this, we knew bad things were happening.
This is where it was at.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock this morning. Give us like 10 minutes.
Okay.
There was a big change coming to Eastview Mall. And it's something we touched on a while ago, and you said you don't like the idea of this happening in the mall. However, all 3 malls in the greater Rochester area have taken 3 very different paths to bring people back in.
Okay.
And it's a matter of time to see which one works more than the others.
But I didn't think this one was going to work.
I don't know if you don't think it's going to work. I think you don't like the idea of it because you are kind of biased because you love another business like this. But we'll get to it. Just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So Saturday night, there was a big fight, boxing match. Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney. You guys familiar at all?
Nope.
Okay. Garcia was supposed to be the future of boxing. He's gone kind of insane. That's all you need to know.
All right.
Haney was a big-time favorite. So much so that when former Buffalo Bills running back LaShawn McCoy bet $250,000 on Haney to win.
Right.
He was only going to make $25,000 back.
Ooh,
man,
it's a massive risk.
Yeah.
But winning $25,000 on somebody that much of a favorite,
yeah.
You know, it's nothing to shake a stick at. The only problem, Garcia upset Haney on Saturday night.
Goodbye.
it's always that risk.
LaShawn McCoy lost $250,000
on one fight.
One fight.
Which means this isn't his only gambling.
You would
I would think if you bet that big,
You're a whale, man. You're throwing it around.
Okay, let me just say that again so we can all let it register in our conkles. LaShawn McCoy, in one bet on one fight, lost $250,000.
Are they going to make another one of those documentaries? Remember that first one they showed all the broke guys in the NFL?
Sure.
They've got to do another one.
Oh, yeah, this one will just be called McCoy.
So he's been retired now a few years.
Yep.
And he has no other way to make that kind of money.
So he works on
Maybe has some
FS1,
endorsements.
I believe.
Oh,
He's a
okay.
talking head, but you ain't
Right.
making close
No.
to it.
Yeah.
All right.
So you can't so like when you tell me like Charles Barkley or Phil Mickelson, blew that money, they go back out and earn it the next week.
Yep.
He can't.
All right, so I got some numbers I would like to share with you. So LaShawn McCoy made $63 million in his NFL career, but we can cut that in half with taxes and fees.
And agents.
Yep, that's
and
what I
everything
mean.
else.
So yeah, $31 million we're looking at cash. Just for reference, he lost about 1% of the money he made in the NFL in that one bet on Saturday night. And if you're making that bet on a Saturday, you ain't spending your money well in other places either. And like you said, there's no way for him to replace that cash. If he's not broke already, this man is going to be broke.
Oh, yeah.
Because even betting $250,000 on that much of a favorite just to win $25,000 does sound like someone who needs money bad.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that ain't a fun bet.
I
That's
mean,
I need a way to make $25,000.
You make bad decisions.
Yes.
Unless, some of that money is money that he had won. So he felt like he was kind of, not taking as big of a risk.
Okay.
I don't know.
Professional gamblers, period, make money winning between 50 and 52% of the time. Most of the time, it's closer to 50. You win on the slimmest margins, and those are the people who have systems and do this for years.
And they still chase.
You got it. I don't think LaShawn McCoy is a professional gambler. The point I'm making is if you're not doing it for fun and you're doing it to actually make money, with that much money, oh my God.
Yeah. You're gonna tank.
And he shared this publicly before the fight.
Which makes me feel like he's a regular gambler. You know what I mean? Like, you don't just place that bet out of nowhere.
What's interesting about gamblers, and you can back me up on this, Tommy, as we talk about how LaShawn McCoy lost $250,000 on the Garcia-Haney fight Saturday night. There are two types of gamblers, and they're hurt in two different ways. There are the gamblers who are hurt by their losses, the physical loss of the money.
Yeah.
Right? And there are also gamblers that are hurt by the embarrassment of being wrong.
Yeah, pantsed.
And the fact that LaShawn McCoy, why would you tweet out that screenshot before the fight?
Yeah. Maybe tweet it after you win.
Yes, like you'll have the proof that you won.
Pop
Look
the
what I
champagne
did.
a little early.
Yeah.
Right? Like, what were you thinking? Because he has just been getting destroyed since Saturday night.
And to your point, too, like, even if you won, I mean, is that like a big brag? Because you bet on the favorite,
Great
and
point.
you wouldn't have won. It's not like you took a risk and won this amazing amount of money. I mean, I don't know how impressive it is if you had won.
Here's what's said when you start seeing these guys going down this road where they'll start betting on sports they're not familiar with.
Oh, I got to
outside of the United States.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about cricket, right, and rugby. Like they just start chasing anything to recover.
I have a friend of mine who is such a degenerate gambler.
What's
At
he
one
bet on?
point, he was betting on Australian surfing overnight.
Yeah, I mean those are the
I
guys
don't even
that
know what I'm watching.
I didn't know that was. I didn't know there was a professional Australian surfing league.
I don't know how do you
like, how
bet
do
the
I-
over or the under drowns.
I think it has something to do with shark bites. I don't know, man.
So I mean, I'd watch and be like, they all look like they're doing well. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Good luck.
Well, no, there's no good. It's over,
Shady.
man. Like a quarter, unless he has some like private business venture that's making him money hand over
Well, it
fist.
could be somebody could have set him up in something. You know, I doubt it, but it could.
I mean, if he's bragging about betting $250,000,
Some kind of
wouldn't
endorsement.
wouldn't he also be bragging about the money he's making from these other
Yeah,
ventures?
you would think.
True.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
You know, let's talk about money at our level again.
Okay.
Because, you know, there are people that love going out to the mall and going shopping.
Yeah.
And there has been this belief over the last couple of years that malls are dying and they're going to disappear forever. The folks who run the malls have heard that.
Oh, they're trying to figure out anything, right?
And what's interesting is, with the story we have in front of us about what's going on at Eastview Mall, the 3 malls in the greater Rochester area are now trying 3 very different things to try and get people to come out. We're going to tell you, thanks to a court case, what will be new at Eastview Mall, despite the fact that Tommy, when we touched on it like a year ago, didn't like it. And how someone's coming out on top. But which one is the one that people want to spend the most time at?
Okay.
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. things are going to look a little bit different at one local mall coming up.
What's going on?
And the truth is, all the malls in the greater Rochester area are way different than the malls we knew back in the day.
Times are changing, buddy.
Each one is now taking a different approach, and I guess time will tell which will be the mall that makes the most sense for where it is.
Right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30 this morning.
Mm-hmm.
It is never a good sign when you make the national news for something you did involving a child.
Ooh, Jesus, yeah.
Especially when you are the grandparent of that child.
Oh.
The good news is...
A grand fail?
The good news is the grandchild in the story unharmed. The bad news is another child involved in the story at the hands of the grandparent, not so much.
Damn.
And we'll tell you the story just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, there's been some drama at Eastview Mall the last couple of years.
What happened?
Back in 2020, Lord & Taylor, the big department store
yeah.
near the food court,
Mm-hmm.
they filed for bankruptcy.
Yeah, they're done.
Yep, they
Right?
shut down that massive location at Eastview. And it turns out they owned the space, not the mall.
Oh, it's their store.
Yeah.
Their building, I'm saying.
Yeah, you got it. So instead of the mall being able to rent it out again, they were at the mercy of their Canadian parent company, the Hudson Bay Company. They didn't want to sell it, or at least they were waiting for, I guess, the right kind of money. So the town of Victor eventually took them to court, arguing the empty space was hurting the town, and they should be able to take it over in what's called eminent domain. I know this is boring, but the reason I'm telling you, long story short, this week, Victor won that lawsuit.
Damn.
And the town now has plans for the old Lord & Taylor.
So what are they going to put in?
They're going to split it up.
Right.
One part of it will be an environmentally friendly home goods store.
Okay. Wait, a home goods store? We need one of those.
A second part of it will be space for the town of Victor, something like a rec center or something that will help businesses for the town. They haven't decided yet. And the third thing, a 32,000 square foot family-owned grocery store. A grocery store in the mall. And if you're watching the live stream, you just watch Tommy's face go to anger.
It's going to tank.
Why?
They don't work.
Why?
They've tried them here, and none of them, any of the ones that they've tried recently.
In the mall?
Tanked. Anywhere. A family-owned grocery store now. If it isn't, say, Wegmans or
That's not
Mr.
true.
Tops.
There are family-owned grocery stores that still exist here.
No, you remember they tried to do that? No, I'm talking new. Like they tried that hip one over by the Little Theater.
That wasn't family-owned, I don't think.
But it was like a mom and pop. It was small.
No, there's a difference between making it look like a mom and pop and a family-owned grocery
Well,
store.
where is it? It ain't. Tony Tomatoes is out of town.
But I can't think of one that was ever in the mall.
And why would you go? I mean, why would I drive all the way out to the mall to go grocery shopping when there's a Wegmans or a Tops right around the corner from everybody?
I don't know if there is a Wegmans or a Tops right around the corner.
In that
from
area?
Eastview. Where?
Eastview area?
Where?
There's a Walmart.
Walmart. That's it.
Yeah. You got Walmart. It's
But why would I go all the way there if I'm already at the mall
right
running
there.
errands? Why wouldn't I just stop in the place in the mall?
It's going to be. I'll tell you what. That grocery store is going to be just big enough to tank.
Why? I don't get why.
People use it as a convenience store. They'll grab milk and eggs because they're there.
Okay.
They're not going to go and do their Saturday grocery shopping at the mall.
But maybe that's what they're counting on.
Good luck. That's not a good business plan.
What are you
Rent's too high.
talking about? By the way, wasn't there a Wegmans in Midtown Plaza?
Yeah, it went away with the dodo bird.
All of the plaza went away.
Yeah, but I mean, those mall ones didn't work.
Okay, all right. You're a Wegmans cult member. You may be a little bit biased. The reason I tell you this is not to get you fired up about a mall grocery store.
I'm excited.
Think about that.
Good luck there.
You're now at the point in your life where you are visibly shaken by the announcement that there will be a mom and pop family-owned grocery store in a mall.
It just seems like a bad idea.
Okay. With these potential changes, now all three malls in the greater Rochester area will be trying three very different things to make it work.
Yeah.
Eastview has gone down the high-end road looking to give shoppers things they can't get anywhere else, right? Where else are you going to find an environmentally friendly home goods store? Greece has leaned into the night-out entertainment idea. They have that new movie theater that'll open soon with the kitchen and the bar. You'll have to go inside the mall to use that. They've remodeled to embrace the restaurant game. Chains like Red Robin. You got upcoming Wingstop along with seafood places and
So
other
it's
things.
kind of like a date night destination.
That's kind of seems what they're leaning into. And then Henrietta, the most unique of them all, has combined retail and medical with the U of R expansion on their property. They've also opened up, it's not an old folks home, but it's an over 55 apartment complex that's almost finished.
That seems to be the one that's going to work.
Because there's not a grocery store.
No, but it's medical. It's old-ass people. We keep making old-ass people, man. And everybody's hurting. Everybody's fat.
No, but there's
so,
no-
like, the medical's going to work.
Oh, my God.
So your diabetic mall is the place to go.
Diabetic
mall is the place to go. Because you're missing a toe.
The folks, shut up. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You were going to say, Kim,
I would say, like, if I get to the point where I have to downsize and live in some sort of, like, older people community,
yeah.
I would love to live in a mall.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's going to work.
If they had like a little rec center area, you have all your shopping. You have you do have the food court, but I would also like a little grocery store. That would be nice too. If that's what if I was living there.
So there you have Wegmans right across the street, so you don't need it.
Right.
True.
Of those three things we just described, Eastview going with the this is unique and you can only get this stuff here, Greece going with the night out kind of theme, it seems like they're going through, and Marketplace with this brand new idea of medical and retail at the same time. Which one is the smartest idea? Because Marketplace, that experiment just started. That could take a few years to iron itself out. But Greece and Eastview seem to be doing well as two places that are very different from each other in an economic climate that has not been kind to traditional malls.
Okay.
Yeah, I sounded smart when I said that.
Oh, I heard you. I was blown away.
This is the best case scenario for Rochester.
Well, yeah, reinventing so they stay open.
So you brought up reinventing. I want to play something that 13 Wham tweeted out last weekend.
I love
What?
I love it. I love a retweet.
This is a commercial, I believe, from 1983 for the Marketplace Mall.
Oh, God.
And I want you to listen to all of the things they sell you on the mall in Henrietta.
It's the grand opening of the Marketplace. See all the new fall fashions at Western New York's largest mall. Imagine being able to find almost anything you would ever want, all in one location, with Sibley, Sears, and McCurdy's, too. Register now at the Marketplace to win a brand new 83 AMC Alliance. Grand prize drawing October 31st.
All roads, lead to Marketplace Mall.
Oh, I'm going to have that song stuck in my head all day. Imagine, Tommy, going to a place where you could buy anything you want under one roof.
Look at that.
Can you imagine the idea of being able to buy anything you could think of under one roof? I mean, that was a major selling point in 1983. Yeah. At the end of the spot, too, I think it got cut off. They talk about how, they said all roads lead to Marketplace Mall because the 90, 590, 390, like it all gets there, right? Yeah. Jefferson Road. The fact that they were selling them all that way in 83 lets you know if you ain't changing what you were selling then, you're going to die.
Yeah.
Because everything under one roof, you don't even have to go to another roof because every store you go to, it seems like it sells everything. Yes. But that's Amazon. Mm-hmm. You're describing.
That's your phone.
Yes. Literally everything you could ever want is now on your phone. Because you look at the communities of our size in other areas of the country, they have multiple dying malls.
Or they're abandoned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all you travel sports parents can back me up on this. It happened to them years before it started happening here. And it is funny to think back to the early 90s when the greater Rochester area had 4 giant malls operating at the same time and Midtown Plaza was on its last legs.
Mm-hmm. The one thing I do miss, too, because they kind of brought it.
Mall hair?
Yeah, remember their hair?
What?
Chicks walk around with that big-ass mall hair.
What are you talking about?
I'm just thinking of that big-ass mall hair and those girls walking around.
She was about to make a point, and you just said mall hair. That's all you said.
Sorry.
No, I mean, like, forget the fact that you interrupted her. You just said the words mall hair, and then you did big hands.
Well, you were making me nostalgic for the old malls.
Mall hair.
Mall hair.
Mall hair.
Besides mall hair, the one thing I do miss about going to the mall, and they kind of mentioned it in that ad, were like the giveaways they would do, like as you were walking.
A car.
Yeah.
83 AMC.
Like the amount of times, like my 8-year-old self would write my name down and put it into those boxes along the way. Like there was always this chance that you could win something if you went there.
And there were always those crazy events like the fishing derby they used to have at Grease Ridge Mall where you just tried to hook a fish in the eye because they wouldn't give you bait.
But we used to do a lot of
going on.
We used to do a lot of our contesting there. So when we used to give
because
away,
they made you guys go where there already were people.
Yes. So we did like the ultimate garage.
Oh, okay.
So like you brought people down to the mall.
Yeah.
You lined them up in a food court, and somebody was going to win like all this stuff. They would put in one garage.
Yeah.
Mall hair.
Mall hair.
I also want to go like walk around RVs and stuff when I'm in there. See some boats.
Man, that was fun.
Yeah.
Walking into the RVs.
Yeah.
I'm never going to have one of these. 252 WCMF 252-9263. The town of Victor has gotten back the old Lord and Taylor store. A court case has ruled that they can take it over because the folks that owned it weren't doing anything with it. They're going to break it up into 3 separate spaces: home goods store that's environmentally friendly, space for the town of Victor, and a 32,000 square foot family-owned grocery store, which Tommy hates for no apparent reason. But Greece is doing like the night out date night thing with the restaurants and the movie theater, trying to draw people that way. Victor, out at Eastview, this is the unique, you can only get this kind of stuff here at Eastview Mall. And Henrietta's going with a combined retail medical thing. And this is great because all 3 malls are very different places. Like going back to this idea in the early 90s, you had 4 giant malls operating at the same time.
And they were all pretty much the same mall.
Yes, you had 4 Sears, you had 4 Kaufmans.
Pennies.
Yes.
Yeah.
All of those malls were also within 15 minutes of each other.
Same food.
Irondequoit and Greece were what? A 5-mile drive apart on the same effing road.
Yes.
You had 2 giant malls on 104. I would love to meet the people who thought, you know, it's a good idea. Let's build 2 of the same malls on the same road 5 miles
Kind of
apart.
close to each other.
Not kind of.
But for a while it worked until, everything tanked. Like for a little while it made sense.
I think you're underestimating how short the Irondequoit Mall run was.
So when I moved here, it was the newest mall here. And people were just bragging about, like, you got to go see this thing. It looks amazing. 2 stories.
Yeah.
It's like you're in Miami. And, yeah, it was pretty cool looking.
But I only think it made 15 years. It was closed by 2005, 2006, right?
Yeah.
Like the mall part of it?
It was dying. It was dying when I moved here in 94, kind of.
Coincidence?
Yeah.
Remember, you show up, Bill stopped making the playoffs, Sabres tank, and Irondequoit Mall dies. Way to go, Dick. 252 WCMF, you said grocery store will not work in a mall.
It will not.
James says you're wrong. Hey, James, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so Tommy's right. The grocery store won't be successful. About 10 years ago, they built a grocery store in between the town of Victor and the mall. It lasted 2 years. It's now a daycare center.
Okay.
And
But those kids are always full.
And there's a Walmart right across the street from the mall. So.
All right, here's what you're not thinking about, James. And look, I get your point. I hear what you're saying. There's a Walmart across the street from the mall, but folks who shop at Eastview Mall, buddy, I don't know if they're Walmart people. Maybe they want a certain, bespoke grocery store experience.
A higher end.
Yeah, right? A fruit you've never even heard of before, James. Because if I can walk around and there's a Lululemon and there's an Anthropology and there's what's that big department store where the guy plays piano?
Von Maur.
Von Maur!
Von Maur.
Maybe that Walmart's not good enough for me, James. Maybe I want a $13 pink pineapple.
So, yeah, they're delicious. I actually did buy one of those. Thanks to Tommy.
Don't tell me no, you didn't, James.
Tommy endorsing
I did.
the pink
I
pineapple.
had to buy one. It was so delicious. Better than any other pineapple.
James, I lost all respect for you I had.
All right, you have a great day.
Bye, James. Have a good rest of the day. No, I mean, that's what they're going for here, right?
The high end.
I would think so.
It's a high end area, so yeah.
When I hear, but then again, bro,
I'm thinking more convenience.
You're right. You're not wrong. Because if I got to run out,
Yeah.
and I have several errands to do, I would much rather stop at a grocery store in a mall, get the couple of things I need, and go home.
And I see a ton of families there, especially for like that Dick's Sporting Goods, like with their kids and stuff. And I'm guessing like if you have to run out and buy your kids something for whatever sport they have going on that weekend, maybe you don't have time to necessarily make like 5 stops that day.
What?
You have all the time in the world to go to whatever stupid store you want to go to. I'm going to take my daily pilgrimage to the Pittsburgh Wegmans to see what color pineapples they have today.
Why do I have a list?
Mall hair.
So
Mall hair.
I'm trying to think of like an example of like a chain opening up a big grocery store in a mall where it didn't work.
Yeah.
And it's Wegmans.
They
opened up one in Boston in a mall, and they said it was the first time they tried to open one in a mall.
Was that a traditional mall?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it didn't work. They closed. I think when's the last time Wegmans opened and closed a store?
You are knowingly withholding information from a
I am
story to make it sound like you're right.
I am not.
It's the only location that Wegmans had where they were renting the property. That's why they bailed.
Yeah, but they knew that going in.
And you
But they couldn't make the numbers work.
Okay, but it's also the one outlier type of property.
But I'm saying is, though, they had a business plan that went in there and it tanked.
Yeah. Or it cost more than they thought it was going to.
Do you think Wegmans doesn't see all this coming up front?
Prices rise.
I don't know.
I know you don't know.
I'm just saying. Danny couldn't make the food in the mall work. Do you think Joey Bag of Lettuce is going to pull it off?
Wait, you didn't tell me they were opening up a Joey Bag of Lettuce.
Great place for lettuce.
I can't wait to watch this blow up.
Yeah. Right out the door, like the record archive of a food court.
You got that? Mall hair. Look, going back to the 3 separate malls doing their 3 separate things, right? With, again, the date night out with out in Greece. What's unique about that is to do those things, to go to those restaurants, to go to the movie theater, you have to get into the mall first. You have to walk into the physical mall. And it sure feels like, maybe with the exception of Eastview, because they do have those high-end stores that no one else has, the new plan is to get you into the mall to spend money that you didn't plan on spending. Like, if I'm waiting for someone at a doctor's appointment, I'll go walk around the mall and, look at this. Or Saturday
Impulse
night.
buy.
Exactly. Which is funny, because that's exactly what Amazon and your social media pages are doing to you. They're sending you direct ads to try and get you to impulse buy, right? Put products in front of your face that you didn't plan on buying. And it's like the mall, which suffered because of online sales, looked at what they're doing and like, we got to try that now.
Yeah, they changed it up.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I love now people are coming to the defense of Tommy and his hot grocery store take. Because Ann's on CMF. Hey, Ann, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Tell him, man. Straighten them out.
So there's just a story this weekend that Galleria tried to put a grocery store in the mall in Buffalo, and they closed.
Well, no, but Buffalo is known for being anti-grocery store, Ann. Everybody knows that.
In general?
Yeah. Everybody knows that, Ann.
All right.
All right, Ann, let me ask you a question. Do you live out near Eastview?
Yes.
Okay. So you got kids?
Yes.
How old?
20, 17, and 11.
All right, so you've been a mom. You still got the 11-year-old, Ann. Your 11-year-old, what's he do? What's his hobby?
There's 2 of them. Sports are their hobby.
Okay, all right. So you got to go out, like Kimmy said, you go out to Dick's. You got to get a elbow to make sure he doesn't get hit by a fastball. You got to get a new lacrosse stick. Kids just cost you all kinds of money and time, right? And he's got to be to practice at 5 o'clock. It's 3:30. You got to stop at Wegmans and grab something quick to eat on the way home, but you ain't got the time. Oh, look at that, Ann. Look at that. Right down the way. A beacon on a hill.
I'm going to Walmart because I have 4 kids.
Okay, all right, fine, Ann. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Bye.
She don't want no weird colored pineapple, nor mall hair. Oh, we do have Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, what Tommy's missing is these malls are trying to put in things that are non-traditional with malls. Not that they're shopping places, but they're places to congregate and spend time. That's why the grocery store is going to work when it didn't in the past.
I think this is the hardest time to break people out of their grocery habits.
Okay.
It is. Like, this is a unique area where you have this world-class...
We are very loyal to grocery stores.
Yeah. Right.
But don't you think they have that to an extent everywhere?
No, Kimmy, no, he's right. It's not like...
Where you have, like, the world
like your
headquarters?
favorite grocery... Well, everybody has, like, their favorite place that they shop.
No, Kimmy, he makes a great point. It's not like Aldi's and what's not Price Chopper. What's the other one? Price Right?
Price Right is a place, yeah.
It's not like they're opening stores across the greater Rochester area at a feverish pace. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Irondequoit opening. Irondequoit has 2 Aldi's. No, they're opening a second Aldi's.
For now.
Mad. It's okay. Wegmans is going to be just fine.
Oh, I know they are.
And nobody's making you not go to Wegmans.
No.
Nobody's going to force you to go to the Eastview Mall grocery store.
For now.
Dun, dun, dun.
Mall hair.
I am now going to do all of my grocery shopping.
No, you're not.
40 minutes away from my house at Eastview Mall, just to spite you.
I mean, it's going to be... They're not even going to have everything you want because it's going to be a small
I'm
grocery
sure that they
store.
have the space.
It's 30,000 square feet. That's small for a grocery store.
What's the name of it? You already know it's going to fail. You don't even know the name
I already told you.
Okay. What?
Joey Bag of Lettuce. I don't know. Do they have a name?
No, they don't.
No. They probably don't even have an investor yet.
No, it said they have somebody.
They got a guy.
Investor. Shut up. You try and sound like a guy. The town is the investor. They're going to rent out the space.
I mean, they got a guy that's going to come in and put his money.
Story says they have somebody.
All right. It's going to be one of these hipster places.
That's what I just said.
No, like super hipster.
What's super hipster?
You know the type.
Bro. You bought a pink pineapple.
All the employees are pale. They almost look sickly.
Do you know there's a camera on
Everything's organic.
I don't
They'll
know.
also
I
sell
don't know
you
who you're
yoga
taking
mats.
shots at.
And they'll have massage chairs.
It took you 4 things to get to something you don't do. All right, let's take a break. Making the national news because of a kid is never good.
Yeah.
Making the national news because of your grandkid is never good. The good news here is the grandkid's safe, nothing happened to them. It's what this grandmother allegedly did for her granddaughter.
Wait, a grandmother?
And here's the thing. This sounds terrible, and people are going to go, oh, my God. But, Kimmy, I don't know how many parents and grandparents can't completely rule out in the right situation, maybe thinking about doing what this woman is accused of doing. And we'll tell you what it is next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Oh, this is bad.
What happened?
This is really bad. And there's no way to defend what this woman allegedly did. However, I am telling you, having been a parent and meeting other parents, there are several who, in the right circumstance, would at least think about wanting to do what this grandmother is accused of doing with her
So it's almost like justified, in a way.
Yes.
If you're pushed.
Yes.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF, a national news story coming to us from Michigan. And when you hear it, it'll make perfect sense. A grandmother was dropped off at an elementary school with her granddaughter, where she attended, for a behavioral meeting that they were attending over something that happened with the girl at school.
So it's like a scheduled meeting because somebody messed up.
Yes, they're already going there for a behavioral meeting with the kid. According to authorities, while inside the school, this grandmother saw another girl her granddaughter was not getting along with.
She beefing.
Yes. So, according to police, the granddaughter and the grandmother followed the girl into a bathroom.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Where the grandmother is accused of holding down the other girl while the granddaughter beat her up.
Oh, my God. This is like a mob hit.
Now, the school is investigating how this grandmother was able to bypass the security protocols.
How'd she get in there?
Well, she had a meeting to be there, though.
But she's a parent. You're not supposed to just walk around the
Oh,
school.
yeah.
You're supposed to, like, wait there. So the child, it seems, is like, okay, she just got punched a couple of times. That has to be a traumatic experience for a kid.
Yeah, because there's an adult holding you.
Well, this kid is punching you.
Yeah.
They also emphasize, I love when schools do this too, right? Like this happened. And I don't know how much blame the school faces on this, but they're like, no, they want to emphasize no other children at the school were harmed during the
Oh,
incident.
she had Granny didn't rough
Just
up
the
anybody
one.
else?
Yeah. Just the one kid.
All right.
Man, this is one hard-ass Granny.
You ain't kidding.
Yeah.
So you hear this story, and there's no defense. There is absolutely no defense. Like the fact that this woman even sprung into action immediately the way they did, because it doesn't seem like this was a planned incident. It seems like they just came across this girl and were like, let's kick her ass, right? Like it's the Warriors.
Yeah.
However, I'm telling you, Tommy, there are more parents listening, grandparents listening than you want to believe who, in the right circumstances, may be pushed to thinking this would be a good idea. I'm not saying they're going to see it through.
Touch a kid.
But they would have no problem in their fantasy holding down a kid that was bothering their kid or their grandkid
To get a
while
punch in.
watching their kid beat the hell out of them.
Guys,
Am
we
I
just-
wrong? Kimmy, am I wrong?
No, you're definitely not wrong. I would also think if at any point you felt like your kid was harmed by that kid,
That's
you
what I
feel
mean.
like it's an eye for an eye kind of
Yeah,
thing.
but I'm such a wuss. I don't want to see some kid getting punched.
No, I would think that would be enough to keep you from doing it.
Especially a parent
don't
that has
know.
raised
Well,
children.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is kind of like down the same line. When I was a kid, we moved to Florida, right? And we had some real old school Floridian families up the street.
Okay.
And one of them, this old scrawny ass woman, when her kid got into a fight, she would just stand there and cheer the kid on. So yeah, like street fight kids, they'd be rolling out. She would stand there and cheer her kid to beat the hell out of this other kid.
I mean, you still see videos of that showing up on social media every once in a
I
while.
was like, as a little kid, I was disturbed because I'd never seen a
An
grown ass
adult.
parent act like that. I go, you gotta be. I had to be 9, and I was like freaking out.
Sure.
Like I didn't want to go around this woman. I wasn't scared of her kid as much as I was afraid of this crazy ass woman.
Well, it kind of worked though, didn't it?
It did.
You don't know what the parents of that other kid are capable of.
Oh, great point.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know who's gonna come after me now in whatever way.
No, 'cause
whether it's lawsuit or actual physical harm.
You make a great point, because now when you as an adult are involved
Yes.
with my kid being hurt, all bets are off.
Oh
man.
yeah, you're in such deep water.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. I mean, there are still parents that believe punching the bully in the face is the best course of action when stuff like that happens. And what's strange to me in that scenario is, like, I'm not trying to shrink the effect that bullying has on kids. Like, the longer we go, the more we find out, right? People talk about it now. Even grown-ass people that have problems that they were dealing with back in the day. It is important to remember, however, when your kid comes home and tells you something that happened, you're just getting your kid's side of the story.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And not to say that all kids are lying, but you do have to be careful
Yeah.
about who's... You can't believe everything that comes out of your kid's mouth all the time.
No.
And you also have to be aware of what your kid could have done or said that may have
kicked it off
or escalated something
Yes.
that was lying underneath, right? That being said, you sit here and you're saying all the right things. You're saying all the right things.
Well,
Tommy.
thank you.
You're being a good dude.
Yeah.
Because I know never in your life
Mm-hmm.
have you ever seen a kid that you did not like fall down, get some kind of comeuppance, and laughed. You've never done that.
Me?
Yeah.
Personally?
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
You have done that.
You know I have. I've told you stories.
How is that different than this?
Well, because I'm not holding the kid down.
No, but you did wish harm on a child.
Well, not wish harm, but if it happens, that's what you get for jackass.
That's wishing harm on a child.
That's just what you get.
Harm?
Ciao.
That you were wishing for?
Remember that time I said I can't wipe out on that bike? He was jackassing around during Memorial Day parade. That kid ate it, man. That kid got a mouthful of stones.
That didn't affect you personally in any way. You saw a kid acting away, which, by the way, you would have been acting at that same age.
I was that kid, man.
You were that kid.
And I was known as Tommy Full of Stones.
And you wanted him to get hurt, and he did, and you laughed. And you're laughing now. Mole hair. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Tell me you're trash without telling me you're trash. That should be the byline to this article.
Yeah. I mean, that's good. That's a fair statement.
I mean, it's the old thing. I learned it by watching you. What kind of example are you going to set for your elementary school kid? I mean, forget
grandkid.
It.
Yeah, grandkid. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I forgot. Sorry. I mean, honestly, what hope do these kids have?
No, I mean,
I do wonder, like, is this kid's parents, right? Like the grandmother's daughter or son. Would they have done the same thing, or are they pissed that this happened?
I mean, look, we got a couple of circumstances here. We don't know if this kid lives with grandma, if mom and dad are out of the picture. You're right. There is a potential that grandma took over here and decided this is how we're going to handle it. Now mom and dad have to deal with the consequences of it. I don't know, or Kimmy, I don't know. But Jeremy, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, buddy. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I read the same story, and it's not like it says, this other student was bullying her or something like that. It said they just didn't get along.
Yeah,
and
so they had a problem.
What that circumstance is, but Jesus Christ, forget it. There's no hope.
Now, Jeremy, I will say, okay, it is a Monday. We got the days could get better the next couple of days, Jeremy. Let's not give up.
No, they won't.
Okay, great. I will say this, though, and again, this is not a defense of what this woman did. I think it is surprising what you find yourself contemplating as a parent when you think your kid is in harm's way, right? Like the extreme.
Protecting your child.
Yes, like when that mama bear or mama dad or daddy bear, mama dad, kicks in, like Jeremy, there are times where you're like, what the hell? What? Whoa. Like when rational thought realized again, like the fact that I even had that idea in my head is a little bit strange.
Listen, I understand what you're saying, but think of what this story is reported, right? It's not like this other girl came up to the girl and started stuff with her. They followed her into a bathroom without her knowing. I mean, of course, every parent has thoughts about what they'd like to do to other kids if kids are picking on you, but I mean, give me a break.
No, I'm with you.
But it did happen in a state that's kind of weird because Michigan is Florida crazy.
No, it's the Florida in the north, what they call it. Jeremy, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Michigan is the really west side.
What the F, man? Bye.
But Michigan is a weird place, man. You run into every kind of nut job.
Yeah, I mean, outside of Detroit, Michigan is by far the weirdest state in the union. And we're talking Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama. Like, every second I spend in Michigan outside of a city, I regret it.
Yeah. I never got out of my car.
Like, there's a reason why Insane Clown Posse came out of the state of Michigan. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this grandmother in Michigan. She was taking her elementary school granddaughter to a behavioral meeting in the middle of the day at a school. When they were in the school, they came across a girl that her granddaughter had been having a problem with. The grandmother and the granddaughter followed the girl into a bathroom, according to reports, where the grandmother held her down, where her granddaughter started punching her. She's been arrested. She's facing a whole bunch of charges for it. And as crazy as this story is, and as much as you can't justify it, I'm telling you, there are more parents than you want to believe who would think about fantasizing about something like this.
God.
It may have crossed their mind.
And you sit here and go, oh, I can't believe it. That kid fell down. Look at him. Stupid kid. That's what you get.
Well, I didn't knock him down.
If no one was around.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Stop. No one's around.
Yeah.
No one's going to see it. That kid will not dime on you.
Right.
You wouldn't want to push him down.
No, I don't. Nobody around?
Nobody around.
Oh,
Yeah,
or
you
a
lie.
child.
Why you lie?
That knee shoes.
Looks at you. Shut up, old man. Why don't you die? Aren't you dead? You're a dead, smelly old man.
Oh, I'm in this room?
We come back. Wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CM. going to be a rapperoo.
Oh, the old Monday rapperoo.
For a Monday Break Room CMF. By the way, if you're a sports fan, this might be one of the greatest weeks of the year.
What's going on?
Okay, so NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs kicked off over the weekend. There were some phenomenally good games. Those are going to continue throughout the week.
Okay.
NFL draft kicks off Thursday night.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the primetime version. That's going to be the first round. The second and third rounds are Friday night. I do love how they've split this up now into 3 nights because it's primetime events Thursday and Friday night. While that's happening, again, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and we find out yesterday that your Rochester Americans have earned a bye into the second round of the playoffs.
Oh, so they're in.
Yep. They will, is it the 26th? Is it Friday night is the first game, Kimmy?
Yep.
So they will be taking on, at the Blue Cross Arena as the higher seed, the Syracuse Crunch in a 5-game series. And they only have to win 47 series to get to the Calder Cup Finals.
It's a long stretch.
And by the way, they skipped the first round.
Yeah.
They skipped the first
Oh,
round.
so they were that good this year.
Yeah, they could have been the top seed. Things didn't work out for them this weekend. But, yeah, man, I mean, it's...
Nice run.
Oh, and by the way, Red Wings baseball's going on.
So much,
And
Pat, so much.
The weather's getting nicer. I mean, like, look.
It's coming around, but it's coming around.
Enjoy it now because we're about a month and a half
And
away
all
from
goes away.
Yep,
Right.
baseball. When are the Olympics?
I think it's like July.
All right, so we got that to look
Like
forward
late
to.
July.
Yeah.
Olympic basketball, that'll be fun. You know I love the Olympics.
The Summer Olympics are fun.
I can't wait. USA. Did you see what NBC is thinking about doing? This is a real story.
Because it's in Paris this year.
It
Yep.
isn't. Yep. Thank you for dropping that in.
So they're going to swim in the river.
Maybe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But this
And
is
Well, they do
they're
some of those open water, the triathlon
Yeah.
and stuff. So they they got to find somewhere.
This is like
to
a
do it.
city river, man.
but wherever they do this, there's always the water's too dirty story.
Right.
Yeah.
So NBC
What are they gonna do?
this year says they are planning on attaching heart monitors to the parents of athletes
Why are they
watching
doing that?
live, so they
Oh.
can pan back and forth to show you how anxious these parents are
geez.
watching
Some of
their
these
kids
parents
compete.
are old, man. They may not be so good.
The
That's
heart
a
monitors may also be
horrible
sponsored.
idea.
You can Google it. It's a real story. You can Google it.
I can't imagine because just somebody who is like, a fan and cheering when something's close, like you can feel your own heart beating a little bit and then, like the
Okay.
intensity. I can't imagine what it is like for a parent. of
You're a
these people.
55-year-old man.
Yeah.
Your kid's in the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
You've taken a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Paris.
Yep.
All you've eaten all day is cheese. You're going to have a heart attack.
And you'll be able to watch it live
A
on
live
his heart
cheese
monitor.
attack.
It'll be good, though, because the Chinese parents won't have that problem.
Oh, they don't go near that stuff. You never see Chinese people eating cheese.
Shut up. Shut up. There's cheese on Chinese food.
No, there isn't. You can't even buy Cheez-Its in China.
Wait, you tell me there ain't no
Cheese
cheeses
in
in China?
China.
There ain't no cheeses in China.
You got there.
We got to get out of the way is what we got to do. For Kimmy,
Yeah.
who can feel her heart raising now as we're going over the time we're allotted to do our show, Jolene's on her way in.
Jolene, don't take my cheese away.
She's got no cheese for you, but she's got music. For
Okay.
Tommy Muley, who is oddly concerned about where Chinese people are getting their cheese from. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.